Good to go.
Thank you. All right. We have 5 public hearings here tonight. The first 2 public hearings are basically what most people are referring to the quick trip public hearings. The applicant has asked that this be adjourned until the next meeting. So if anybody wishes to speak on it tonight, I would just ask that the comments be brief on them. So those are going to be adjourned. There's going to be no action taken after that.
Can we speak at the next one?
Yeah. So, and then we're going to have 3 more tonight. All right, so we are going to start off with a roll call, please, here at, what time is it? 6:33.
Yep, that's what I have. Chairman Osterman,
Here.
Supervisor Plotecker. Here. Supervisor Brahm,
Here.
Commissioner Olhafen,
Here.
Commissioner Nelson is absent and excused. Commissioner Meyer,
Here.
Commissioner Mouche,
Here.
Commissioner Eberly,
Here.
Planner Holloway. Here. Attorney Macy,
Here.
Engineer Mitch Lysis is present in the audience. Administrator Nicholas. Here. And Clerk Capazzo to record the minutes.
Thank you. So we have a quorum of both the Plan Commission and the board here tonight. Notice was given that a joint public hearing be held by the Lisbon Board of Supervisors and Plan Commission on Thursday, October 7th, 2021, during the regular Plan Commission meeting. It starts at 6:30 PM at the Richard Young Fire Station at North 54 West 26455 Lisbon Road, Lisbon, Wisconsin, 53089, to solicit public comments on the following public hearings. We have public hearing number 1, a request for a conditional use permit for an automobile gasoline and service station and associated convenience store in the B2 local business zoning district for applicant Jeff Osgood of Quick Trip Inc. for the property located west 260 north 9579 State Road 164, tax key LSBT 0161.999.004, and a portion of the adjacent vacant parcel located immediately to the south and identified as LSBT 0161.999.009. Again, this is when we are going to be adjourning to the next public hearing, Plan Commission date, but if anyone would like to speak tonight on this, now is your opportunity. All right, anyone on Zoom?
We do have one hand raised on Zoom. Give me just a moment. Lisa Otis on Zoom.
Oh, unmute.
Hello, Lisa Otis, W220N9359 Town Line Road. I just want to state briefly that I do object after hearing the recent comments and discussion on this project. I object to moving forward with it based on traffic, the convoluted traffic pattern that's proposed to deal with, southbound, northbound traffic. We have a Quick Trip not far to the south of where the proposed one is. I feel that it's not a burden for people to use the Quick Trip to the south versus having 2 plus a large Casey's station that I go there pretty frequently, go past there pretty frequently. I've never seen it really busy. I feel we don't need this 3rd large gasoline station, and utmost environmental concerns that were raised at the last meeting regarding the use of diesel fuel and where the property is located is also another reason that I strongly object to this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Does anyone else wish to speak? I don't see any other hands on Zoom.
No other hands on Zoom.
All right, can I get a motion to adjourn this public hearing until November 4th, 2021, here at the Richard Young Fire Station at 6:30? So moved by Mark Meyer, excuse me. Is there a second?
I'll second it. Everly.
Thank you. No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimous. Second public hearing is request for a major grading conditional use permit related to an automobile gasoline and service station and associated convenience store in the B2 local business zoning district for applicant Jeff Osgood, Quick Trip Inc. for the property located at West 260 North 9579 State Road 164, LSPT 0161.999.004, and a portion of the adjacent vacant parcel located immediately to the south and identified as LSPT 0161.999.009. This is the other half of this Quick Trip public hearings, and this is for the major grading permit. Is there anyone who wishes to speak at this public hearing? Anyone on Zoom? Lisa's got her hand up.
Lisa Otis on Zoom.
Hi there. Lisa Otis, same address as stated previously, and I object to this this proposal based on the comments I made earlier.
Thank you,
Thank
Lisa. We have Noel.
Noel Geyer on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Noel Geyer, N95W25878 Riverview Drive, Colgate. Well, it's Lisbon, but Colgate mailing address. I strongly object to this still. I don't believe that they're going to meet the requirements for the water issues that I brought up last time. And those are definitely something that needs to be addressed before any of this goes in for the Quick Trip. The water that they've found now with their bored drillings is at the lowest or highest, I should say, is about 11 feet below the surface. And their tanks are going to be sitting just under or just above this water that would then basically drain directly into our wells. The nearest well is within 200 feet, I believe, of the property. I'm very concerned about the water issues that have been raised, and they're trying to maneuver into the stormwater runoff issues with the county. I'm very concerned of what's happening there. So if you could, I would really appreciate you denying this permit for the Quick Trip. There is one directly south, but also there's one directly north, two directly north. There's one on Fond du Lac, and then there's one a couple minutes further north on Highway 60. So there's more than enough Quick Trips in the area. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, no other hands raised.
No other hands on.
We would be again looking for a motion then to adjourn this public hearing until November 4th, 2021 here at the Richard Young Fire Station at 6:30 p.m.
So moved.
Moved by Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jeff. No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Right, public hearing number 3 is a request for a conditional use permit for a truck wash in the B4 local business zoning district for Amin and Juan Haman for the property located at County Highway K and Corey Corners Parkway, LSPT 0284.994.001. This was adjourned from the August 5th meeting. Is the applicant here?
He is not.
All right, does anyone wish to speak at this public hearing? Anyone on Zoom?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, if you have no objection, could the staff at planner at least put in her recommendation so it's part of the public hearing and not and included in the public hearing in case there's ever a challenge? That would give your commissioners a chance to question her on it at the same time.
Sounds good.
That work better? Okay, so I just had noted in a brief staff report that the commission, we have received no new materials for this, and we've had to keep putting it back on the agenda, but it seems like they're not providing new materials at this time. We're not sure if their plans will be ready in the near future or how soon. So I recommend denial of the conditional use and site plan of operation applications at this time, just so that we can place it on a future agenda when they're ready to proceed, but they would have to resubmit the applications.
Okay. Any questions from the commission?
None.
All right, anyone in the audience? Anyone on Zoom?
Lisa Otis on Zoom.
I think that's a good, I would agree with that recommendation. I know they have been kind of not been super cooperative to provide information. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, anyone else? All right,
No other hands raised on Zoom.
thank you. I would then close the public hearing number 3 then at 6:44. Public hearing number 4, to consider proposed amendments to the town zoning code, in particular but not limited to section 5 signs and incorporation of sign regulations into Lisbon's Code of Ordinances. This was also adjourned from the August 5th meeting. Do you have any presentation for this one at this time?
I do. Should I run through the?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just putting this up on the screen too, so everybody can see it, no matter how they're participating. Bear with me while I get to the right slide here. So I've made some changes to the code based on feedback received previously. And also in just double checking the commission at the, I guess not technically the last meeting, but the August 5th meeting where we had the public hearing on the sign code amendments. This is just, in brief, it was updated in 2020, but for some specific purposes, more compliance with the Supreme Court decision on signage and content neutrality. Not everything was addressed in that sign code edit. It's hard to anticipate every issue we'll run into, but since that time, we have reviewed some sign, I guess a good handful of sign permits, and have run into some challenges or just identified ways in which the code is not necessarily reflecting the types of signage that you actually want to approve in the town. And so considering other signs that exist in the community, signs that you would like to approve again, based on all of these things, and you had asked me to, again, look at some other nearby communities and how they regulate signage so that we can just sort of just double check, are there other things in the code that need to be updated to make sure that you're in line with what your neighbors are doing, to the extent that you want to do that. And so I have done that in the ordinance. I'd like to run through just the changes I have made since the last draft you've seen in the packets in August and in September. And just definitely like to get your take tonight. Anybody who would like to comment on if these changes make sense, if they're acceptable to you. The biggest change is that right now the zoning code is contained in your chapter 11 zoning code, but that means that there is not really much flexibility built in. There is some, but we're finding that even that amount of flexibility, the 20% flexibility for sign size, has not proven to necessarily be enough. And there are other issues that I've identified as well. So removing the sign code from your zoning ordinance is the key change here. So this would be creating a new chapter 17 ordinance that's currently unused by any other content. So that would become the sign code. We would take it out of the zoning code, just kind of refer to chapter 17. The other piece of it is that we have to amend the zoning code to do that. So there's some changes there. So it's really before part of this effort is a two-pronged, like if you're ready to approve it, you'd have to take two actions. One, to recommend the zoning code changes, the other to recommend new chapter 17 content. Most of the content in the code is the same, I'll say. It's just a matter of really drilling down on some of the problem areas. Tried to be very strategic on that. So just running through the changes here. That's the big one. Other minor edits, trying to just shorten here and there, phrasing, just to kind of make it more direct where we can, easier to read. But it didn't make a ton of changes along those lines. Simplifying the type of ground signs that you have, that is one change you'd notice, and also in the sign table, the table of different zoning districts and sign types. You had previously 4 types of ground signs, one of which is the pole signs or pylon signs that are actually, no new ones are allowed. Currently, that's still the case, but just kind of simplified the groupings of signs so that you really have ground sign. When you say a ground sign, that will refer to any sign just planted on the ground. That's, I think, a logical way to kind of think of that. And then from there, you just have two types that the town is permitting: monument signs, which have a very wide base, and pedestal signs that have a slightly narrower base, about 30% the width of the sign. So you still have signs that could allow, you know, a fairly tall or more narrow design, but trying to just cut out some of the, in my experience, the town has not really cared to parse all the different types of ground signs you could have that in that much detail. So trying to really streamline that a little bit more. Could have gone further, but for the sake of time and money and not trying to go, you know, too wild on this, just I thought that was a good change, but you could tell me. Next, the definition of directional or operational signs. I wanted to add in signage because we have seen this. I would say gas stations is the main type of business that uses these, but really other types of businesses use it too. There's other types of signage on site, like say to guide traffic through a site safely, or, you know, other information. It could be advertising goods, like under gas station canopies as an example, or kind of directing people to places on the site where you're just going to have some auxiliary signage or directional. So I call it directional or operational signs, and wanted to provide a home for that in the sign code because currently it's kind of silent on that. And it didn't really give me direction as a staff person on, is this okay when somebody submits a sign package and it includes that type of signage? If you want to have something in the ordinance, I think that, you know, can tell staff what is allowed there, or at least make it so that it's clearly allowed and can be something that you review when someone brings a sign permit to the Plan Commission. There are also some size regulations in there. I could run through that if you like. Number 5, remove the provision. There was some language in there about bringing sign permits into the town as part of conditional use permits. That was only added in, I believe, I was trying to recall that conversation. It was, I think that in an attempt to discuss with the commission if you wanted to delegate sign permits to staff at some point, but you still wanted to retain some review control. In the end, the Plan Commission decided to keep, you know, retain control over reviewing sign permits, but still some language was in the code about, well, there's a case where somebody could submit it as part of a conditional use and still request Plan Commission approval. But since all sign permits come before the Plan Commission currently, I just suggest striking that out, and then it refers to the zoning administrator. That's currently the Plan Commission. And so it's really that simple. Thought that provision was not necessarily helpful, and we haven't used it. Next, clarifying that pole signs are not allowed. That's the pylon or tall lollipop type signage. Number 7 is a big one, giving discretion to the Plan Commission to approve waivers. I just broaden that language to say you could approve waivers to any sign standard based on general criteria. And there I've included some criteria related to public health, safety, and welfare, similar to language used for conditional use permits, but it's not part of that process, but still it's based in the intent and purpose of the zoning code. So that if someone proposes a sign that technically doesn't meet the standard as it's written, but you think it's reasonable, it would look fine in the context of other signs. It wouldn't hurt any other property owners or cause any other problems to, you know, health and safety that you can ascertain. Then this would enable you to approve that sign, but you'd have to provide some rationale, and it should give you coverage to explain why you did so. So that's currently in section 2J3 of the ordinance. And also it specifically includes new subdivision phases, because we've run into that issue, right, where you have subdivision, the Twin Pine Farms wanted to do another sign just like their existing ones, and we found that didn't actually meet code. So that wasn't the intent, to make their signage illegal. And so we wanted to clarify that could be allowed. So for any subdivision where that is the case. Temporary banner signs, just cleaned up the zoning districts referred to there. Didn't refer to any, and that was kind of ambiguous. Another one, temporary roadside stand signs. So that's for the farm roadside stands, wanting to add in a couple districts, AD10 and RD5. I think we just missed that the first time around. Those should have been referred to because they are allowed permitted uses in those districts. Then there are other changes. Just wanted to run these by you because you might not have anticipated these, but in looking through the code, I thought that they would be helpful and related to other ordinances that I was seeing in the other communities. So awning signs had a limit on the size of letters. There's already a limit on the size of the signs, and it's like 4 square feet. So I thought, I don't know that you really want to regulate the size of the letters. If you do, we can keep that in there, but I'm suggesting it be stricken. modifying the sign table that needed to include the B1 and M2 districts, one of their business and one manufacturing district. Clarifying just the labeling on that table. I grouped the PI and PR, your public and institutional zoning district, and your park and recreation district in with the business signage districts for the purpose of that table, just because the regulations were similar or the same, and it just makes that much easier to read. More of a user-friendly edit, in my view. Residential subdivision signs, I did suggest modifying the limits to specify that you can have one per entrance. I believe it's currently two, and I can compare with the old table if you want to discuss the details, but basically one subdivision sign per entrance to the subdivision. A maximum of 50 square foot sign face area, 150-foot sign area, which sounds large, but that would include the base, any other structures that might be attached to it. Like we just ran into a proposal with a pergola. You'd have to count all of that based on the way the code is written. So I wanted to have the size reflect, some of the larger signs that we see in the area, but I thought that number seemed reasonable. 9 feet tall, maximum height. Again, if there's a pergola attached, maybe you'd find that acceptable. You still have discretion on whether to approve signage if it meets the standards in your code. Or the general, the broad standards and intent. That would be increased from 7 feet tall currently, so there is a 2 foot, to change there. And 50 square foot sign area, just the signage really clearly seems to exceed that all over the place. So that I thought that size did not seem, didn't pass the reality test there. Next, for business, industrial, and institutional districts, looking again at other area sign codes and what communities allow, I thought wall signs could be quite a bit larger, but allowing one per principal building would make sense. You might have large industrial users, say, that have multiple buildings. Maybe you want to allow more than one sign, and it seems like a reasonable thing to do, especially buildings facing more than one road. If you're on a corner, it would allow one additional sign. And increasing the size limit to 50 square feet or 100% of the supporting wall's linear footage. I ran some numbers based on just example length of building walls to see if that number made sense. I think that would pass a reasonable test, but we can discuss that. Increasing monument signs to 75 square feet for a single tenant property and 100 square feet for multi-tenant properties. But also based on and allowing 1 extra square foot of signage per every 2 feet of additional sign setbacks. It's fairly common to allow a larger sign for more setback from the road. Allowing also a height of 10 feet. I looked at some other signage that Lisbon has approved, wanted to be consistent. If you felt like that was reasonable in the last few years, it's probably reasonable today, was my hunch. For pedestal signs, those again can be tall, but they might be small as well. They have, a base about 1/3 the size of the sign face. I thought the size limit should be increased, so I'm proposing 75 square feet, again, plus some additional square footage if there's an additional sign setback up to 100 square feet. And this would match the proposed limit for monument signs for multi-tenant properties. So again, kind of making them more comparable, whether it's a monument or a pedestal sign. And also the provisions for changeable copy signs or price signs. That was a little tricky to kind of work through that piece, but really, more and more you're going to be seeing those. You do already have some good regulations on the books with regard to brightness and, what the content can be, how much they can change, but other community codes don't really distinguish between price signs and other changeable copies. So yeah. Gonna keep up here. Okay, so for the changeable copy signs, wanted to include that they could be allowed on gas canopies, because certainly seeing that proposed on many gas stations, not all, but if you feel like that's something you might want to allow, that's currently written in as draft ordinance language. It's also allowed on ground signs, but remove the specific limit also on how much of the sign can be changeable copy, because that just seems very it takes a lot of staff time and effort to run all these numbers, so that every time you have a percentage listed or a, you know, limit on this dimension related to that dimension, I tried to just say, is this reasonable, or how much time does it take to really verify if a sign meets that ordinance standard? And can it be simpler? Because you'll see it anyway, and if you think that's realistic, you can approve it, so. And then the red lines are also included in the draft ordinance, so everybody can see that in the packet, what was changed. Just making sure I'm getting the highlights here. For wall-mounted signs, also again, changeable copy signs. I have seen proposals here in Lisbon for gas station signage that might be changeable copy. It doesn't mean it's a flashy LED, but it might just be a poster that you can swap in and out, right? And change the content every once in a while. And that's something where it's doesn't seem very intrusive or too bright. So I've just made sure there's a place for that in the ordinance. It could allow that if that's something you feel is appropriate. And also, I mentioned the directional or operational signs, making sure that those are allowed and subject to zoning administrator approval. Proposing a maximum size of 6 square feet and 4 feet high. That could sound large, but really that we are seeing that in sign proposals in the town for certain types of businesses, especially if you have large truck traffic. Just, you know, a lot of vehicle traffic, that size might not actually be that large when you're on site. So those are the gist of the changes. I have consulted with the town attorney on some of these things, but the code itself has not undergone a thorough legal review. So I just want to point that out. Also, because these changes have been made to the code since the public hearing was held in August, we're asking you to determine if you feel a new public hearing should be held on the sign ordinance. Oh, we are having one. That's right. Sorry. I was writing this, so I was talking to the attorney. So if you're satisfied with this, you could make 2 separate motions to recommend town board approval. Again, for a chapter 11 amendments to the zoning code, and also to adopt new chapter 17 sign code. And I would ask you to also include whether or not if you take action, if it should be subject to legal review. And if you have questions for me on the specifics, I'm here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the reason we questioned whether or not there would be new notice for the hearing is because since giving the original notice, you've decided to switch it out of zoning and put it into the code book. Now, the code book doesn't require a public hearing. That's the irony. So chapter 17 doesn't, but we want to make it clear to everybody that that decision was made at the last public hearing, and that's why these drafts are back as 2 separate ordinances. So you could decide that, so there's no confusion out there, that you would want to renotice it the way it's actually going forward. I don't think legally you have to, but that's the reason that comment was in there.
Okay.
There are other two other things that you need to give particular attention to. One is you have a somewhat unique practice here, and that is your plan commission is called the zoning administrator in many instances. And I can give you a half-hour seminar on what that's all about. And that is the way your prior town attorney recommended it to you. I do not follow that, because then anything that the plan commission does as the zoning administrator gets appealed to the zoning board of appeals. So when you're wearing your zoning, and there's a case on this, a very pertinent case out of the village of Pewaukee, the Brandt case. And the court said that unless your code clearly delineates who the zoning administrator is, it's assumed that anybody who's making a zoning decision is the zoning administrator. And in that case, I think it was the plan commission or even the board. And so they got to go to the zoning board of appeals. That's a policy decision. I don't think most communities really want their zoning board of appeals second guessing the actions of the town board and even the plan commission. And so, but that we don't have the authority as a staff to change it. I'm not recommending. That's an overall look-see at all of your codes going forward. And I just have a different philosophy, and I've explained that philosophy. This code continues with your current practice of the plan commission serving all we'd have to do is change it. We define zoning administrator to be the person who issues zoning permits. And then these, instead of it saying zoning and the zoning administrators making the decisions in this code, it would say the plan commission's making the decisions in the code. And then we wouldn't have that rub. But that's for another day. The other one that you do have to deal with tonight, though, although you could give us some guidance that in the future, next time we do a review, fix that zoning administrator if you think it's broken. But the one that I really want you to pay particular attention to was the, was it 7C? I wrote it down. Bear with me one second. It's on page. And actually you said 3, and I think it's 4 with the crossing outs. On page 18 of 25, allowable deviations. I can't tell if it's 4 or 3. You said 3, but I think it's 4 because you added directional and operational signs.
Oh,
But
got it.
okay, that one you really got to look at. It's pretty broad. There would be an argument it's too broad. It allows, and the planner and I discussed it, and she put in the standards, and she had the impression that from the prior meetings, this work predates my representation of the town, that you wanted to allow yourselves to grant exceptions to the code in every instance. And this does that. So she did what she was believed you wanted her to do. From a legal standpoint, that can be problematic because somebody says, well, do you really have a code then if you can waive anything at any time as long as the standards are met? But legally, because you have standards in there, and if those standards are met, but that's the one I want you to give some thought to. Tonight, the zoning administrator one is a future thought, but those are the only 2 legal issues. I have not reviewed it because I believe your prior attorney reviewed it when it was gone over the last time. So
With the zoning administrator, John, you're referring to that, we used to call this the sign code administrator.
no, if you
Yeah, I bet
go
we
in
changed that in
definition,
2020, that's probably,
yeah, I don't
Texture.
know. If you go to definitions, it says zoning administrator. Well, first, your planner called me, rightly so, and one of her legal questions was, can we refer to plan commission zoning administrator in a code that's not zoning? And I said, sure, as long as you define it consistently or define it. So she referenced back to the zoning code and the definition of zoning administrator, and you'll find that at the top of page 10. So I don't know, I apologize, maybe I cut you off, Mr. Chairman. I'm not familiar with the sign administrator. I just know that the word zoning
We
administrator.
used to refer to the plan commission as the sign code administrator, and is this the same?
No, this is a totally
This is
different
something different.
concept.
probably, yeah, just tweaking now the way it exists now, but I bet when it had been chapter 13, you had a sign code back in 2020, plus
Mhm.
stuff in the zoning code. So when we did the overhaul in 2020, part of it was just pulling all that together. And I think the sign code administrator language must have gotten taken out at that time. I think, but is that a change you would like to make? Maybe define sign code administrator, what would you think, Attorney Macy, would that be better?
Well, you won't run into that zoning board of appeals issue.
Because it used to be with the sign code, that's what it was. It was the sign code administrator, it wasn't the
Yeah.
zoning administrator. That's what I don't, this first, I've seen this in here like this. So questions from the,
I have a question. I mean, we're still in the public hearing, correct?
yes.
Are these questions for during the agenda or through the public hearing? Because I have some questions and comments about this, but I thought that that was after the public hearing when we were in the agenda for the plan commission or not.
Yeah, that's a great question. And with the change to CUs and the desire to get full and complete public input, the concern is always that if you bring it up after the closure of the public hearing, then the public, and you want to make some, significant policy change, the public doesn't get an opportunity to talk about it.
Okay.
So I've been more wanting to have a lot of the discussion in changing of discussion, whether it's just discussion to approve it or not approve it, that's what you discuss afterwards. I've sort of,
Okay. Well, I've got some questions or comments if that's appropriate, Mr. Chairman. Number one is I had the same question about the phrase zoning administrator because if I call up the town hall and said, I'd like to talk to the zoning administrator, who am I gonna talk to? I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do this, or if this is a general cleanup for the code of ordinances overall. But I would like to see the zoning administrator term defined, so that if it is going to be the plan commission, it's the plan commission. Not, to me, it's ambiguous, because if I want to talk to the zoning administrator, I don't know, because I don't know who the person or entity is. That, to me, is ambiguous. If it's really and truly the plan commission, I would like it to say the plan commission and get rid of the zoning administrator term. The second comment I have is I'm not trying to make points here or anything, but I had the same concern about your last comment, John, about this open-ended thing that says you can change anything you want afterwards. And it's like, it doesn't make sense to me. It's like Jell-O, and I would not be in favor of including that in there. That whole section on allowable deviations from sign standards. It either is or it isn't. And this, to me, says that we got 20-some pages of regulations here, and we can make any change we want in this. So it reads to me that we don't have any regulations. It's whatever the way the wind is blowing.
Joe, I think the reason, and we had talked about this as a board, but I mean, allowing the deviations was because a lot of times the sign code didn't make sense in certain instances, but it did in others.
Right.
And the fact that you can't think of every possible iteration of things all the time, especially sitting here, to just think of every possible way these creative signs and everything could be, you just can't. So it was giving us the ability to modify them, follow a guideline, but if something made sense, you could do it. Where if you take it out, can you modify that?
I understand that, because signs have always been a quagmire in any zoning code since Noah landed the ark. I understand that. But to me, this is just the terms here under which the criteria that are given in this section are, to me, overly ambiguous. And I don't know if there's any reason to say anything more than saying the zoning administrator may allow for a change in any standard and put a period there. Because the rest of this stuff it's not black and white. It's, to me, it doesn't give enough teeth to the signs of code. That's my opinion.
That's
Mr.
a
Chairman.
clarifying question to Jeff, or Joe, excuse me. So the current ordinance allows a change in any standard for any sign up to 20%. Is that current provision in the code something that you would find acceptable, or do you feel like allowing any waivers would be too much?
Well, as an example, under whether I guess it's 4D, the proposed sign will not be inharmonious with the surrounding area. What the heck does that mean? I mean, that's like saying, it's not definable. If I was an applicant and I wanted to have a sign, and I read that and you read that and two other people read that, we'd come up with 4 different opinions of what is or is not inharmonious with the surrounding area. I realize these things can't be entirely black and white, like X number square feet of sign. That's a definable term. But some of this other stuff, it just lends itself to, we deal with a set of signs for a particular development today. 4 months, somebody else comes in and they say, well, you gave it to them for that. Why can't I have the same darn thing? And all of a sudden we end up in this quagmire. That's going to be an absolute nightmare for staff and for the plan commission, for the board.
Well, worse than that is they come in and say, well, I can't meet your code, but you have the right to waive it.
Right, exactly. So it's like, why do we even,
Now, let me proffer something else that just comes up because now you made this policy decision. It's not as difficult to amend the code when you find problems like you found with the subdivision, because it's now not in zoning.
right,
So you no longer will need a public hearing. You'll no longer need to go to the county to get it approved. So you can actually, and I don't mean to make light or have this like you would abuse it, you could amend this code on 24-hour notice.
right. I understand that.
And so that you may not need the waiver provision as much, because you may find that there is an error like you found with the subdivision monument, which was precipitated this entire rewrite. Is that this latest update, is my understanding, is because you like what they have in the first phase of the subdivision and now they can't do it in the second phase.
Right.
And so here we are tonight. But if you had another instance like that, it could be modified at much simpler, process going forward.
No. Maybe I'm looking for pie in the sky and I'm trying to find something that's very, very definable, and it can't be. The engineer in me. I
We have to have
apologize.
standards in there though,
Yeah.
because the court will say, then they really will throw it out.
Right. That's what I'm concerned about. Is this too ambiguous? Is this defensible? That's, at the end of the day, if somebody contests something like this, that's where it's going to end up. It's going to be taken out of our hands. So maybe this is the best we can do without saying no changes ever.
Jeff?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I had very similar, my note here says, sign code, very comprehensive and detailed. I'd suggest that the sign administrator duties be designated to the building inspector. And if it meets the standards, that's as far as it goes, he can approve it. If there's anything that's outside of the standards, then it comes to the plan commission and they can give the waiver. Now, I don't know if I thought that, as you were saying, it was too ambiguous just to take it directly to the plan commission, but then have the plan commission basically act as an appeals board in that instance. Now, whether or not John will agree with that, but that was my way of getting around this ambiguity, my thoughts.
Yeah, I was trying to recall and looking through notes at our discussion in 2020. I think that's what, it was a colleague of mine at the time who was leading the sign code effort, but it was Veer Bicker planner effort. And I think we were sort of pushing for that, recommending it, but didn't want to be too pushy. It didn't quite, I think at the time the commission wasn't wanting to go in that direction. So that's why the code ended up as it is now.
And Brian, I hope you're not too angry with me for saying this.
I think that's great.
Yeah. This is the kind of feedback I was looking for, though. It's tricky to try to strike a balance, and that's why I ended up upping the size of several signs, because I thought the goal is to avoid tons of appeals and tons of things that don't meet the ordinance. So maybe the flexibility and waivers aren't needed if the sizing is, well, we'll just say right, whatever that means, right? I feel like sign codes are very, I've never met one that I particularly liked and didn't find issue with, but really trying to avoid future headaches for everybody involved.
I thought we were moving towards staff, approving signs as long as they were within the definition of the code. And since they're going to have the materials, the rest of the materials for the rest of the project, that they would have all of it in front of them. If the sign met code, then it would just be improved and included in that project. I mean, all the projects that don't come before the plan commission do still come before staff in some form. It seemed to me that would be the place to do that, and I thought that's where we were heading. Otherwise, I mean, my recollection of most of the changes that we've approved as a plan commission we're off by a foot. They need a foot for some reason or another. It's just, it can't go there because of right of way, so it's got to move 6 feet to the left, or I mean, they're real minor little adjustments that if without any flexibility or appropriate flexibility, people just end up in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals with an impossible hurdle usually can't meet that challenge. I don't think we've ever been challenged on a sign issue. Haven't that I know of since I've been on the plan commission. I think we've tried to be as reasonable as we can while sticking as close as we can to the code. Those are my thoughts. I mean, I think staff is probably the right place to have that done. And, you know, if it really has to be outside of the code, then it needs to come to us.
I agree. I agree with you, Mark. Brian? No objection to being a sign code for zoning administrator. Try it again. Try it again.
Actually, no, that probably wouldn't be the worst idea anyway, because remember when we used to have sheds come to plan commission? Anything over 200 square feet came to plan commission and clogged everything up. Not saying that we have an abundance of signs, but I reluctantly do say it probably is a good idea if I would review them, and then if they don't meet code, then they come here.
We always direct people to you anyway for the electrical portion. If it's lit, they have to get a permit from you.
That's true.
So it's
Correct.
already happening to some degree.
True, correct.
Just one other comment. The point that John made about the zoning administrator thing again, I'm not trying to beat it to death. But I don't, if we can do something to keep this ending up possibly with the zoning board of appeals, I would be in favor of that. I sat on a zoning board of appeals for a while in another municipality, and I don't think that's the place to decide what signs should be.
I mean, previously, the old sign code prior to the change in 2020 just had defined sign code administrator as the Town of Lisbon Plan Commission. So are we, if we reverted to do the same thing, would that still run into this issue, though, of Board of Appeals? I guess I'm hearing two different things, so that would be one issue. It could be defined as Plan Commission, but then it could also be delegated to.
Well, we were able to choose who the sign code administrator was, and at the time, the plan commission chose it to be the plan commission. But we didn't want to have everything coming to us either at the time. It was, we wanted to, you know, it seemed like every single sign that was going into the town had to come to us,
Yeah,
and we had to, there was always something wrong. Like Mark said, it was a foot to the left, foot to the right. It was, you know, if you actually did it to how our code looked, the sign looked so weird, no one would ever want that. So, but I didn't think we were taking out the sign code administrator. I definitely did not think we were gonna have a zoning administrator portion. That was a little new. But
I didn't think I was actually changing though, the who's handling it. I mean, it is currently Plan Commission.
right, but I mean, calling it, I mean, the zoning administrator
Oh, I see.
seems, I mean,
right.
that's, if I hear zoning administrator, I'm not thinking about signs. We're a sign code administrator, I am, but I mean, are
Yeah.
you proposing, Joe, that we don't even have the sign code administrator?
Well, if we go along the premise that the building inspector is going to do the initial review, if it doesn't pass muster there by the applicant or the building inspector, then it comes to the plan commission. I'm trying to avoid this being then possibly ending up with the zoning board of appeals. I mean, we're taking essentially a 4 by 6 foot sign and we're running through 4 levels of review and everything else. It's going to cost the applicant a fortune. And I mean, does it really matter that much? I have enough faith in a building inspector to work this stuff out. And if it ends up at the plan commission for whatever reason, that's the end of the game. Done, over with, whatever the plan commission decides. I just want to get rid of, I'm trying to define what a who the zoning administrator is. And in this case, it's not it's not defined. I don't know what it is. Is it a board? Is it a person? Is it a committee? I want it defined. So as an applicant, I'm looking at this, who do I go to ask a question? And who do I submit it to that's going to stamp it, say it's approved, it's over with, I go home.
What I'm hearing, it sounds like the general consensus might be to specify within the sign code that it's the sign code administrator who's doing all the reviewing, intake, makes the decisions, but that would be defined as the building inspector. But that if signs are proposed that do not meet the criteria, that would then go to the plan commission.
If John is agreeable to that and can live with that, because it's going to end up in his lap or that position, eventually I'm fine with that.
Mr. Chairman, once we get through with this and removing it from the zoning code, then the sign can't be appealed to the Board of Zoning Appeals unless we give that authority to the Plan Commission. If the Plan Commission doesn't have the authority or the immediate review, I don't believe, and John can maybe correct me on this, I don't believe that they would have any basis for going to the Board of Zoning Appeals because it's not in the zoning code.
Would only be the ones that would be appealed from the building inspector, zoning administrator to the plan commission, and then those would go depending on how we define it.
Right.
But if we go as the president, chairman has indicated, take out the zoning administrator language and
Right.
use sign administrator language or just plan commission, then you're right. But I still got to check that definition in zoning. But I don't think, we could check that if that's your intent, that these appeals not go to the zoning board of appeals, we can make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the board? Commission? Anyone else? Come on up.
You're gonna have to turn on the microphone, just like that.
Teresa Nelson, N95 W25850 Riverview Drive. I heard the planner say something. I couldn't see it on the screen because, I'm sorry, but you were off. It was during a time when you were talking about something and something else was on the screen. But I thought I heard you say something about putting changeable or flashing signs on on a canopy at a gas station. And I don't know what's in your plan, but I implore you not to do that. That's a distraction to drivers. And God forbid anybody that lives nearby, you've put it way up high. If you're gonna have flashing signs, which I don't have a problem with, or changing signs, please keep it low and not up in something like a gas station canopy. That's my only comment.
Thank you, Teresa. Lisa has her hand raised.
Lisa Otis on Zoom.
Do you want me to repeat my address each time or are we good?
You don't need to, Lisa, we've got it.
Okay, great. Going back to the discussion about what goes to the plan commission or what doesn't, it seems like common sense should rule in this. If there's staff that reviews requests and compares to what the code says, I think let the staff handle it and go to the plan commission. And certainly there's some definitions we need to establish, like the zoning board, the zoning commissioner. But taking out of zoning and only having the plan commission look at, as you said, be a board of appeals, kind of a last resort for a petitioner to go to. There's so many things that the plan commission is considering that I think it'd be more efficient to delegate as much of this type of a proposal as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Does anyone else wish to comment on this public hearing?
No one on Zoom.
Anyone else here?
So, Mr. Chairman, I was just going back to Mr. Everly's original comment. That's exactly the discussion. So then you close the public hearing, you give everybody a chance to talk about and give their input on it. You close the public hearing and then you go and you have your discussion on those policy decisions. Does that make sense? But to have done all of that without having the chance for the public to speak is problematic in my opinion. But now you'll go and you'll have your discussion after you close the
That's
public
fine.
hearing.
All right, we're going to close this public hearing then at 7:27. And our fifth and final public hearing of the night, the request by Richard Swanson to rezone from A3 agricultural residential UC Upland Corridor and C1 Conservancy zoning district to R1 suburban single-family residential, UC Upland Corridor and C1 Conservancy zoning districts for the property located at North 94 West 23611 Hermitage Drive, Colgate, Wisconsin 53017, LSPT 0150.020.002. Is the applicant here for this? All right. Who's starting off with this?
I think applicant can if he wants to speak. Do you want me to have anything up on slides or prefer the room?
State your name and address first, please.
Rick Swanson, N94W23611 Hermitage Drive, Colgate, Wisconsin 53017. Hello. So I guess what I'm trying to do with my wife here, we own 3.5 acres here on our property, zoned A3, and we'd like to rezone that with the intent of dividing the property, leaving the current residence on 1 acre and the other 2.5 on the east side of the property, eventually building a home there. So I guess we're kind of two things at once, rezoning, and then I submitted a certified survey map as well. I guess I'm new here, sorry. So I don't know other
That's
questions.
fine. That's what you have right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can just add on a little bit to that. But we have, yeah, I'll stick with staff comments and then we can have, or I guess, would you like to?
Oh,
I could cover the zoning real quick and just get his maps up. There's nothing unusual about this. Rick mentioned it's zoned A3. We also had just note have some upland corridor and C1 Conservancy zoning in the back. There is a low part and a pond on this property, so that's what the zoning reflects. Future land use is low density residential, same as the rest of the neighborhood. No concerns there as far as the lot sizes. Applicant requested R1 zoning on the application. As an alternate potential here, I would personally recommend R2 because it matches the neighborhood and surrounding zoning. It sounded like that might not have been a concern of yours either way, but I don't personally have a big concern either way it goes. I just wanted to mention that. And the town engineer did the report for this one. I'll defer to Mitch.
Sure. So as Mr. Swanson had stated, he's got a 3.5 acre parcel there. He'd like to create 2 separate parcels there. We did complete a technical review on this. We have a list of comments in there based on our review of Chapter 12 land division and state statutes. In addition, we looked at the Chapter 11 zoning ordinance as well. We have marked up the survey map that was provided by his surveyor, and which also those comments are reflected in this report. So that being said, I guess I should note as well that Mr. Swanson also had Butler Engineering come out and take a couple soil samples, basically for the determination of whether an on-site disposal system would work for this site. It was recommended within that report from Butler Engineering that they would go with a mound system that Form A would need to still be submitted to Waukesha County because right now it's not within the proper coordinate system that they require. I mean, Rachel basically hit on it. One of the biggest things that we're looking at though is there is the barn that would be separated from the main residence, and it would be sitting on the second parcel, the 2+ acre parcel on its own. And there was some concerns of that being not, how would you word it? I guess,
Non-conforming use.
non-conforming,
Yeah.
yes. Anyways, so the board we were recommending, I guess, that the board would look at this and say, give a certain time limit for the applicant to build a home on that parcel. And at the same time, to cover the town's interests, to also look at potentially holding a letter of credit. So if the applicant didn't build that home in a certain amount of time, that the town could take action and complete that work on their own. I guess,
To build a home?
no, to take down the barn.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have, yes, to clarify, to take down the barn.
If a home is built, right, because the rule is you have to have a home on the lot before you can build the accessory structure, since it's pre-existing.
There's, besides that, I don't have anything really else to add at this time. Unless you guys have questions.
We need to get into the record, the two different zonings that you're recommending to make sure that it's not problematic to change. What's the difference between the one he's asked for and the one that you're recommending or you're indicating because it's more consistent with the neighborhood?
Yes, that's right. So 2 points on the zoning. I'm recommending R1, or excuse me, R2 zoning. There would be no difference for the purpose in this location because this would be on well and septic. There's no difference in the minimum lot size. There was a small difference in the minimum area for a home, but those minimum areas are smaller than most any homes that are being built these days. So to my knowledge, nobody runs into that.
Is the one that you're recommending the one that requires a larger home?
Ooh,
Because we can't,
I need to double check.
you
John.
can change what they've requested, but you can't. If they're in 5 acres and they ask for 1 acre, you can make it 3 acres. But if they're in 5 acre and they ask for 3 acres, you can't make it 1 acre. Because without changing the notice.
Okay, so R1 requires a total square footage of 1,500 square feet. So that's the larger home. R2 zoning would have the minimum size set smaller at 1,400 square feet. I believe that's the only difference between these, except for lot area in the case we have public sewer. Again, that's not the case here. I also wanted to clarify, I mentioned the upland corridor and the conservancy zoning. Those would not be changed as part of this proposal. They're not asking to change those.
On the second point that the engineer has raised, there's no polite way to say it. It's illegal. Now, the county and some communities do allow that action to occur. But I have to tell you it's illegal because you can't have an accessory structure on a property unless you amend the code and allow for it in some way or they get a variance. Those are the only 2 legal ways to do what they're proposing. We have proffered to the property owner that they could do the certified survey map in a 2-step. They could create a 1 acre lot to build their new house on and leaving the barn on the homestead property and then transferring, and he just wanted some assurances, that's why he might be back up here if we talk about that issue, some assurances that the exchange of property between property owners would be allowed for him to then transfer the barn over to his 1 acre parcel at a later date. I want to make sure you all understand that. I mean, if you do it because it's been your past practice, I can't, you can do it, but it's not legal. And I can give you horror stories of where communities have done it. They don't build the house. Somebody buys the property with the barn. They want to use the barn. You can see how that issue, no matter how many deed restrictions we put on it or how many letter of credits we put up or cash deposits, it can be an issue. That's all I can say.
Sure. We do have a couple letters here too. One from Paul Bobrowitz, Town of Lisbon board members. The town engineer's report mentioned the drainage easement, the pond, the wetlands, the conservancy zoning, yet there's no mention of the water retention issue brought up. Everything about this property screams water issues that is not addressed in any way. As representatives of the surrounding property owners, you are responsible for considering the issue and planning accordingly. adding the hard surfaces of home and driveway and patio and mound system, as well as the necessary fill to raise the home up out of the lowlands will seriously impact the surrounding properties. This property should face the same water retention requirements of any other land development project in the town. I have no objection to the lot size if water retention is increased to accommodate the property which historically retained, as well as additional runoff the improvements will generate. Given the existing high water table as evident by the pond, I question whether this is possible on the parcel. Thank you for your service representing all Lisbon property owners. Sincerely, Paul Bobrowitz. There was no address on here. Then we have Michael and Deborah Kinlan of North 94 West 23633 Hermitage Drive, Colgate, Wisconsin, 53017, lot number 21. We are the original homeowners directly to the west of the proposed zoning change request. We are opposed to this request for the following reasons and concerns. Do not want this requested change request to cause additional water problems for us. Basement floodings, we've had basement flooding and damage, water absorption and potential septic failure, existing high water table levels, water drainage and runoff from additional residents. This is a natural wetlands, additional fill required to build above road level, lot considerably below road level. We had previously met with the town of Lisbon engineer to address issues. The town replaced our culvert and redid drainage ditch deeper. These actions did not help. Picture sent reflects a normal spring. And that is that. Does everyone have this one?
Everyone should have it.
Right, those are the only two letters that I'm aware of. Okay. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this tonight in the audience? Both. But it's your agenda item here too. So anyone else, any comments from the board or questions, from the commission, I should say? Would you like to address some of the comments made?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I guess I wouldn't be we obviously want to build our home. And the house that's directly to the east of us, from what I understand, the history was a similar, concerned about water tables because this lot that we currently own was a part of the home to the east. And that's why we have a pond on our property, is that's where they got the fill from to build that house up on a higher to avoid water issues. And I know there have been some water issues with, other homes in the subdivision. We haven't had any recently. No sump pumps running at all this year, which is great. But yeah, I would be, I guess, open to like moving the lot line so that the home included the barn. But I guess I'm afraid that, if I do that and then in 2 years or whatever, when I do build the home, if I somehow can't change it back, I'd be stuck with kind of like an undesirable lot size that I'd be living in and then not have access to the barn. So I guess that's my biggest concern. But I guess I'm just asking some questions, I guess. So that's really my thoughts, I guess, initially.
Okay.
Thank you.
We do have a hand raised on Zoom.
1 second on that one.
Okay.
Joe?
Does I'm not that familiar with the zoning code, the land division code of the town of Lisbon. Is there a provision in there that allows the changing of lot lines between two adjacent property owners to be done without a CSM?
Yes, there is. And so that's the alternate scenario. So I kind of floated these two ideas after discussing with the staff team to Mr. Swanson, was that one would be he could approach the plan commission with this current layout and request some, I said we'd likely be recommending from the staff side some financial guarantee about the barn and so on, if the commission was willing to approve it with a time limit. Alternately, he could create a smaller lot more towards the front, towards Hermitage Drive, meet the minimum lot size. You'd result in like an L-shaped lot behind him, but it would include the barn and the house. he would avoid this whole barn issue, and then later could do that lot line adjustment. I think we all felt that staff, correct me if I'm wrong, John, that that would be a suitable option. The only concern I discussed with the applicant is he felt there would not be, we couldn't give him a guarantee that, a few years down the road, he could come back or do that lot line adjustment, or would there be some ordinance that provision that prohibits it? I couldn't give him, a guarantee on that, just that I thought it was unlikely that that would ever be not an option.
Joe, to answer the question a little more, and that's the correct answer, we can't guarantee it. Our code, I've not looked at it, most codes, the state statute says that exchange of property between property owners is exempt from zoning.
Right.
Recently, the Attorney General, and I don't know whether you've updated your code, has indicated, albeit you can't stop it, you can review it.
Right.
Because it's caused so many problems at the Register of Deeds that people do it and they do it wrong. And so the Attorney General has indicated that albeit it's exempted from your land division, you can require the property owners to submit an exchange for review and, action, but you can't say no if it meets the law.
Right.
The only way that I could dream up that he wouldn't be able to do it, and I hate to even, is if we changed it to 2-acre zoning, and then he couldn't do it for some reason, or 3-acre zoning, or changed it, it would have to be some major change that would keep him from having to do it.
I'm just trying to make this easier because bonds and guarantees and all the rest of this stuff is just a bookkeeping nightmare, and something may happen, God forbid, with the present owners. I mean, you could go away and then we end up with a problem. So that's what I would be in favor of. It's just a bookkeeping matter.
Sure.
At least cost to everybody.
Lisa has her hand raised. We'll bring her in.
Lisa Otis on Zoom.
Yep, I have a question. So by dividing this property into 2 lots, what's the intention? To sell one of them so that another residence can be built? I'm not sure where the barn comes in on that. And if you're gonna sell that part of the land, why would, potential buyers may not want to have a barn on that land. So I'm kind of confused about just what's planned. My concerns with this, as with other projects that are proposed that abut conservancy land and upper corridor land, is that we have to be really careful about what's being built on the edge of those zoned areas. And I appreciate that the recommendation is to not change the zoning for those areas. I totally agree with that. We need to protect those areas, but just kind of confused about what's supposed to be or what the intent is as far as development of those 2 separate proposed lots.
Lisa, I just sent you a picture of the CSM.
And I'm just pulling it up here. I think what Mr. Swanson was describing earlier is they currently own the home on this property. They just want to carve off they call it the eastern half of it, so they could build a new home on that lot and I believe sell the home you're living in now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same picture. So are you talking about the Swansons building another house or selling that lot off to someone else?
Yes, the Swansons wanted to split their property, build their own home, sell the existing home they have. They're dealing
Got it.
with their own homes and land.
Okay. Well, again, I think it's, I know there were soil tests that are pending or complete. When you're building up against a wetland, the water drainage, you're taking away that natural water drainage potentially by filling in wetland or air land that is adjacent to wetland, which would affect the drainage of stormwater, snow melt. I think more information needs to be obtained as far as what the impact might be.
I'll just point out too, in the staff report, we do make mention of the wetlands. We know the current boundaries based on the county GIS and the soil test that the applicants did provide, and that they would be subject to a 75-foot setback from the wetlands, just as any other property per the zoning code.
Okay. Thank you.
can address any of those that you wish to address. Just noting that not all the questions you necessarily will get on some of these are things that pertain to the item, and I'm just in general, like what you're planning on doing with certain things in the future may not pertain to what we're doing here. So if it's personal in nature, you don't have to answer that, but if you wish to address any of it, you can.
Yeah, so our plan is to sell the current home on an acre. We just, my wife and I just had a baby boy, 7 months old, so family is growing. Would like to build a home over there on the eastern side of the 2.5 acre parcel, but also keep use of the building that's there. We use it maintaining the yard and other things like that, so that's why we kind of want to keep it for our new home, but that's the intent there.
So the main intent of this is you want to have a second lot that you can build your new home on, and then you want to sell off your original home.
Correct,
That's what you're looking to do.
correct, yes.
We've had this in the past. I mean, this is not new, but usually there's not a barn in play.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a great building. I don't want to move it or get rid of it. I mean, I want to do whatever I can to keep it, so.
Do we know how large the barn is? Or what size, what the dimensions are of the barn?
It's 30 by 50.
So
Yeah, so
the
you're-
That's
question,
not gonna fit.
Yeah, so you had 1,500 square feet, and that's not allowed on a 2-acre parcel,
2.5,
or 2.5.
but it's still.
Isn't it now
two-
though? Aren't we up to 1,500 square feet on those?
1,500 on 1 to 3 acres. So I don't know, I didn't go past the property, was the barn worth keeping? Is it relatively new?
Yeah, it's relatively new. I'm not sure what, it's much newer than the home. Mid 2000s would be my guess. I don't recall off the top of my head.
That proposes a whole new issue.
And, yeah. But if I did my math right, the top of the foundation, and maybe Mitch can back me up on this. The top of the foundation would be approximately 6 feet above the road, with your basement being 1.5 feet, or with your footings being approximately 1.5 feet deep where you're at. So you're really not that bad. You'd be 6 feet above the road, but the shed now becomes an issue, unfortunately. Per our zoning ordinance, between 1 and 3 acres, you're allowed 1,300 square feet. So if you're gonna take this shed and put it on 2 acres, you're at 1,500. So you're over by 200 square feet for the shed. When you had 3 acres, you were fine with that, because then you're allowed a little over 3,000 square feet, because you had 3.4 acres.
You're gonna have to come up to the mic and state your name and address, please.
Amanda Swanson. So do you mean in total with the shed and a house? We're
No,
limited to,
No, this would just be the accessory building.
okay. Understand.
Just
Thank
saying
you.
that by changing your lot configuration, then suddenly the shed would not meet code. I also thought though that the shed seems to be closer than 75 feet to the current wetland mark on here. So technically this is already non-conforming to that zoning standard. I don't know if the degree of non-conformity here matters. But I don't know.
Well, they
It
can't
could be that
divide
it's,
it.
you know,
They couldn't divide it and put that size building on. I mean, a pre-existing, a legal non-conforming situation is okay, but you can't then divide them. So if the shed is too close to the wetland, there had to have been a change in the code which allowed it to be built that close at some time, and now it's legal non-conforming. So they have rights to legal non-conforming, but you can't create a legal non-conforming situation by zoning it to 1 acres and then trying to put an oversized building on 1 acre. That's
I see what you're
creating a situation versus the town creating a situation. So I don't know, maybe ultimately, when we're done discussing this, you'll want to table this and give them a chance to look into that.
they attach the new house to the barn,
That would change it.
but then it wouldn't be an accessory building anymore.
Right.
Just trying to,
Okay. Any other, Joe?
I would be in favor of tabling this to the next, whenever they can get the information together, see what they can work out. If they can work it out.
One other question, I'm sorry, so you said the current, it's on 1 to 2 acres is 1,300.
Yeah, 1 to 3 acres.
1 to 3 acres is 1,300. How does, I mean, I guess where can that number be adjusted through means like this? So I could, like, could we do this and make it 1,500 so I could do this? Is that a,
It's our code.
okay, and that doesn't change?
You have to change the entire code for the town.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you couldn't really go to the Board of Appeals because you'd have to prove a hardship and you can't create your own hardship, which is really what you'd be doing.
And you're only 65 feet away from the wetland. So it is, as we talked about, legal non-conforming right now.
Okay.
Joe?
Yeah.
We still want to move forward on the rezone without the CSM? Because the rezone is why we are in a public hearing. And if he wanted to come forward, he's done all the work for the rezone itself. His division would have to come back, but it would not need a public hearing.
Do you wish, I mean, is the rezone what you want to keep going on? I mean, if you want, we could probably adjourn this public hearing again to the next meeting, I'm assuming. You just have to adjourn to a
I
time.
think the administrator's point is it's not gonna make any difference. If you
Well-
close the public hearing and you make the recommendation to the town board, they could always withdraw their request for the rezoning at any time. Or it could be rezoned and they still can't divide it because of the building, you know, the actual zoning isn't going to help them or hurt them, you know.
I do have a question. I can't remember the whole context of everything, but there was something about a variance. What is a variance?
Well, it's an exception to the zoning code, but as the inspector has indicated, you have to show that you have a practical difficulty, unnecessary hardship, and it can't be self-imposed. You can't create the problem that caused the need for the variance.
Okay.
And
I
you're
wasn't sure if
creating
that's
the
what that was
problem.
referring to.
We have a whole handout, I'm sure, and things like that. You would just contact us, probably start with Elisa, and she'll give you all of the packet and the information. But the building inspector stated it correctly. You don't meet the requirements on its face because you're creating the situation.
Right.
So if we would go ahead and, if, let's just say hypothetically, the zoning plan commission would pass the zoning change, how long do they have to enact that before it is nullified, if they don't take any action? Like, let's say, well, let's say that they agree that they want to go through the process tonight, and then they want to have the option to change the zoning, because once we approve this, they can, or they don't have to do it right then and there, correct?
Well, the next step would be to go to the village board and then it would go to the county.
Mhm.
So they could withdraw their request at any time if they wanted to keep it. But there's no disadvantage to rezoning it necessarily.
Well, if it were me, I wouldn't want to go from an A3 to an R1.
Okay.
Because you couldn't do a
Personally.
certain ag uses, that would be the
You're
primary
limiting
change.
yourself, you're limiting yourself on your property by changing from an A3 to an R1. So if you were gonna change nothing, if it were my property, I wouldn't be doing it. Right, I mean,
Yeah.
you'd be voluntarily removing rights that you have now. So,
Yeah, you want to think about that. Yeah, there's certain livestock allowances you get under A3 zoning that you wouldn't have if you went to R1, which is just strictly residential.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks,
I
Joe.
have one more thing and then I promise I'll be done. So I guess knowing that it can't be divided because of the size of the building, I guess I'd probably say not to move forward with the rezone, as you mentioned. Just an alternate thing that I've explored in the past, not I've just had thoughts on, that if it's no possibility to keep the building, I may look into dividing into 3 lots. Divide the whole property into 3 1-acre lots. If the building has to come down regardless.
Yeah.
You're required 150 feet of frontage, and you're already tight on that with the 2 lots that you're proposing. So I don't
Okay.
think that would be-
Okay.
But that would be a good reason to just stay the status quo, adjourn the public hearing, let you do your research, find out, what your options are. Maybe you want to build a road and do 3 lots, a short cul-de-sac or, there are options that he could create more frontage with a small cul-de-sac or something. And in this day and age, who knows what those lots are worth? So I think you should do your research. I think that's a great idea. That would be table it. And also we would need you, as long as you're here as part of the, to grant us an extension of time to act on the certified survey map.
Yeah.
Because the time limits are gonna run out if we don't. And so I'd ask for at least till the, this is like the November, town board meeting. So we have plenty of time to act on time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So will you grant us an adjournment or an extension of time to act on the certified survey map? And someone smarter than me can figure out quickly the
Just to keep it
November,
in play.
November 18th or 25th?
November 4th or December 2nd.
It'd be December 2nd because you might be able to get the material.
Yeah.
Town board.
Oh, town board.
Oh,
Apologies, 22nd.
Do we want to go to December right away? So give them plenty of time.
December would be the 13th.
13th. So I just need you to, will you agree to grant us the town board until December 13th to act on your certified survey map? You may end up withdrawing it because you don't want a denial.
Sure.
And so I'm just telling you how it really works. You just grant the extension. That gives you time to do your research, meet with the engineer if you need, meet with Lisa, meet with the building inspector, decide all your options, and then, we would adjourn the public hearing. Mr. Chairman, when are you thinking? To the next month meeting regardless?
Be looking for a recommendation on that one.
I would just do the 30 days. If we have to adjourn it again, we can. But we need longer for the CSM because once we figure out the zoning, then he may be deciding what he wants to do with the.
Is that your wish?
Yes.
Kath?
I would have suggested since we're putting our time until the 13th of December.
Okay.
Why wouldn't we ask that engineer in December?
That's fine.
That gives us, because we have a really full.
We're
Sure.
gonna need sleeping bags at the next one.
Yeah, if it gets you out of here quicker, then yes, please do that.
Thank
So
you,
this
sir.
would be looking for a motion to adjourn the public hearing to December 2nd, 2021, here at the Richard Young Fire Station at 6:30. Absolutely. We'll have you come up to the mic though. We're on Zoom, otherwise they won't hear you. State your name and address. I know I read your letter, but
My name is Paul Boberwitz. My address is North 93 West 29174 Woodchuck Way. I own the 60 acres east of this property. And it's my understanding when a developer was looking at working with my property that the water table in this area, and my land is higher than the parcel we're discussing here tonight, would have to have up to 8 feet of fill added to get the basements, the 2.5 or 2 feet, whatever is required above the existing water table. If this subdivision, if this parcel, this presidential estates were to come before the board tonight for approval, as it's currently developed, it would not meet the current requirements because there is no water retention anywhere in this subdivision other than this parcel and the wetlands surrounding it. And yet I'm hearing you speak of possibly dividing it into 3 1-acre parcels with no planning for water retention. How can you even think of this?
And we'll answer that question for you. So you have to sit down and then we can answer the question. Thank you. Okay. And I'm glad Mr. Boberowitz brought this up. Would the building inspector or engineer please outline the procedure by which they would have to follow in order to get a building permit to deal with the stormwater management issues? Go ahead.
So first of all, I know that there was those two letters that were presented earlier. One of them had stated that the property owner had spoke to the engineer. I believe that was before my time because I was not aware of any issues in this area of the town. But that being said, I did talk with Brian actually today regarding what we could do, knowing that there's these concerns. I mean, when we reviewed this CSM and the zoning change request, we followed the ordinance of what we were reviewing and what the applicant submitted for. Hearing this other stuff come up now, I was going, if we were going to continue to move through with this process of the CSM and rezoning, I was going to recommend to the town that we would require the applicant to provide some type of a grading plan as well with, even though that's not required as part of the CSM, but a grading plan along with that. So we could see what the applicant was proposing a little bit more in depth.
My question was much more specific. In order to get a building permit, does he have to show a grading plan and that he's not affecting the neighbor? The answer is yes. That's what I thought
There you
the
go.
answer was, a loaded
Sorry.
question. In order to get a building permit in the Waukesha County, you're required to have a stormwater management plan and you have to show that the water's not leaving any place other than where it was leaving before and at no greater degree, unless we're the more restrictive community that you can't even send any more water whatsoever. There's two standards. The state standard is
Hold on
water.
to that. Mitch, you don't agree?
I don't think a stormwater management plan is required. That's not required. A stormwater management plan for an individual property, depending on the size of that development, if you want to call it, would not require a stormwater management plan. This development, obviously, and Joe can maybe speak to this, done in 75, I believe it was. So there was no, I mean, the regulations have changed completely since then. So I'm not surprised that some of these property owners may have some issues, but
I'm just trying to get a
yes.
simple
Yep.
answer to a simple
again,
question.
well, then I
If you
would say,
pull a building permit, will the building inspector require him to have, I don't care if you call it stormwater management or a drainage plan,
yes.
will he require them to have a drainage plan?
Yes, they all have, every new home in the town of Lisbon, when they apply for a permit, does have to have a grading plan, which shows erosion control measures and existing topographical marks and what their proposed are.
And who reviews that for this town? Does the engineer or do you or does the county?
We both, Mitch and I both do. I mostly do because a lot of times Mitch has already reviewed subdivision plans. But when you have a CSM, like for instance, this would be an excellent example of one that I would send to Mitch for review. Whereas a subdivision has already been reviewed and I already know the criteria that has to be met.
So to satisfy the neighbor's concerns, what do you look for when reviewing this? I'll call it a drainage plan. I stand corrected. It's not a stormwater management maintenance plan or stormwater management maintenance agreement, but it's a drainage plan that the building inspector, what do you look for when reviewing that? If we could ask. I think these are legitimate concerns. So Mr. Chairman, do you mind us addressing those concerns?
That's fine.
In this particular case, there is a drainage easement, so I just make sure that everything was flowing towards the drainage easement and had a way to enter our ditch system or the town right away. The only thing that I would be concerned about this particular one is that the mound system is up in that upper right-hand corner, so to speak. And I would be concerned that the drainage easement would be infringed or it's too close. And that's just at first review.
Okay. So do we have any other comments, questions or anything? Anyone else on Zoom?
Lisa Otis on Zoom.
Good discussion on things. My hope is that, and this is a responsibility that I take personally with my property management and the area around my property, is that we are thinking forward about protecting these wetlands, protecting this natural water flow. If we keep disrupting it, it disrupts many, many things. There's a big effect to it. So I feel like we really need to be responsible on an individual basis to make careful decisions on how we manage our land. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything? Anyone else on Zoom?
No one else on Zoom.
All right, so we would again be looking for a motion to adjourn this public hearing to the December 2nd, 2021 Plan Commission meeting at 6:30 PM at the Richard Young Fire Station. Moved by- All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Meyer, no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. All right, that will take us to the regular Plan Commission meeting, starting at 8:09 PM. Everyone is still here. Supervisor Brahm is leaving, so that'll end the quorum of the board. Item 2 is citizens' comments. Does anyone wish to make any comments tonight?
I do have one slip here from Teresa Nelson.
Teresa's here.
Oh, I'll get him.
I always look out for you guys. Teresa Nelson, N95 W25850 Riverview Drive. I read through the packet for the other agenda items tonight, and I see that you're working on, oh, let me back up a second, I beg your pardon. The Quick Trip is still on the agenda, and I'm assuming that that's going to just be tabled as well, because I would have comments on that, and it wouldn't be 3 minutes. But I did look through the agenda items, and I see that you're working on proposed updates to the comprehensive development plan. Several years ago, I was a citizen member on the town's Smart Growth Committee. That's how I know Jeff. Though not a fan of smart growth, one thing that came out of it was that the town sent a survey to town residents asking for their input on the town's future. There was an overwhelming support for the town to retain its rural character. The draft of the plan appears to strike any reference to that throughout the entire document. I was just wondering, does somebody think the town residents have had a change of heart and no longer prefer to live in a community with a rural character, and they now wish to live in Sussex, Menominee Falls, or some other quote unquote urban village? I'm thinking, will you do another survey to find out if that's really what the residents want? And if you already did do a survey, I didn't get a copy of that. But I do think that maybe you should do another survey and include another question as to why, or as to whether town residents approve of the notion that it meets the intent of a density requirement of 1 home per acre to cram 40 homes onto 10 acres of land and call the surrounding 30 acres open space. I hate it every time you guys do that. And I see that you're trying to memorialize this bastardization of the definition of density into the plan. It needs to be clarified in the final plan that this is not an acceptable reading of the term density. We all know that 10 years out, someone would find a way to take those open spaces and rezone them as commercial or business district. That possibility needs to be removed from the plan. Secondly, I was kind of stunned to see that a proposed zoning code was drafted with the assistance of a single family in order to meet the personal desire to develop a property into a use heretofore that hasn't been allowed in the town. The draft zoning code section 22 AP Agricultural Preservation District reads like it was written by and for a family. For starters, the district would only be allowed on a state or county highway. I wondered, is that because it's more of a retail business than agricultural. Someone in this ordinance has redesigned or redefined the term agriculture. It excludes raising livestock. Yet one of the proposed uses is allowed uses in this thing is a petting and feeding zoo. And I left myself wondering, who are the animals in this zoo? The neighbors next door? Is that why the offset for buildings, restaurants, and playgrounds is only 100 feet on a parcel that must be at least 100 acres? I wondered, how is it that a winery or cider mill is considered agriculture, but raising chickens, horses, cows, and other livestock is not? Do the code's hours, I wondered, of operation match the Bosse's preferences for their retail endeavor? I have nothing against the Bosse's, and I hope I'm saying their name correctly. And though their business in Richfield is starting to remind me of the Dells, they do seem like nice people. But if you're proposing to create a zoning code, once you do this, it will affect everyone in the community. I suggest you step back and ask yourselves, if the Bosse's can do this on Highway Q, why can't another family do it on, say, Plainview or Swan Road, maybe Hickory? If you have a viable reason for why it can't exist on those roads, it shouldn't be allowed to exist on Highway Q either. The town should never draft a code that applies only to one specific family, and I can't even believe that even needs to be said. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to go?
The next card I've got is from Heidi Then.
Hello, my name is Heidi Then, and I live at W226N8947. And I'm also want to discuss the concern regarding the spot rezoning on south side of Q that the Bosse's is proposing for that development. And I would strongly oppose this. Our property is just butts right up against it. And the way our home is situated is we're tucked in towards the back of our property. So we have a stone's throw right into the next property, this 100+ acre that would be rezoned for amusement park and the winery and the wedding venue and all sorts of things like that. And it's very concerning. My family lives at home and I have a little girl and she plays outside. And so it's concerning to think that there would be hundreds, maybe even 1,000 people coming on a day or a weekend in that area through a corn maze or drinking, because I wouldn't want anything to happen to her, obviously. So that would be a big concern. And then I don't understand why we have the town ordinances to protect our citizens when there definitely be concerns for noise issues, as lights are also would be a concern. About a week and a half ago, they had at Bosse's a dance party. So we could actually hear it inside the house, the music, as well as some people talking on a loudspeaker. So that was, part of the day and into the afternoon. But now we're going to be listening to stuff all night till midnight. So we can't deal with that. And then we get up early in the morning for school or work or whatever. So this is just more than what we would hope that this would happen. And then the traffic is a concern. I know you had mentioned last time regarding 12 buses on Mary Hill Road and the concern for the road getting damaged. Well, the traffic is just a nuisance right now in the fall. So I can't imagine the explosion of traffic throughout the year on County Line Q, going both north or going east and west. I mean, then we're talking, we should really have 4 lanes versus the 2 lanes, because it would not be safe with all that traffic. So those are my concerns, and would hope that it could just stay as is. A nice subdivision would be perfect for that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi.
Next card I have is from John Then.
Well, we're gonna take them in, what order did you get them in, Elise?
I grabbed
Alright.
them off the table in this order.
We can flip a coin if we need to, but you're addressing the board at this point. I do not want you guys addressing each other. This is not going to turn into a fighting match.
No one handed them in to me. I picked them up off the table.
Somebody get a coin? I don't. Okay. Enough.
Hi, Roger Bassi, 3190 County Line Road, Colgate, Wisconsin. First of all, I want to thank you all for taking this time out and the chairman for doing all this because it means a lot to us. We never asked for our own zoning or anything like that. I think it just came down to that because a lot of things been taken out of the zoning code that was designed at the first part. I just wanted to have some comments and concerns on the zoning itself that was revised. And I don't know if I should leave that to where we get to that discussion, or do you want me to go through it now? That's all I have.
I guess when it comes to when we start talking about the zoning, are they going to be involved in that discussion at that point in time? What, Kathy?
Sense when you're talking about it, to be able to ask questions.
Okay.
And
Okay. And, you know, the other thing is, what Heidi then is referring to is we had a little dance party for kids. They were doing the Sharky Shark Shark song. You know, it was very quiet. We had video of it all standing right there. Nobody could hear it. We were standing in our parking lot. We could barely hear it from there, and they're almost 3/4 to a mile away. I very doubt it. And I've talked to Jim Healy at the town of Richfield yesterday, and he said that he's had no complaints, and he said the neighbors would have said something if it was really outrageous, like they're saying. That's all I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you. John? Okay, I'm gonna just hold on. We're gonna address us. This is citizens' comment, not a public hearing. But just address John, just talk to us, okay?
We filed affidavits, because they did in our house. Will,
This on?
There you
So basically,
John, just state your name and address.
Jonathan, W226 N8947 Jolene Drive. It's my son, Will. I have 4 kids. My 10-year-old daughter isn't here tonight, and my other daughter's at school. So they all live with us. And starting at about 11:30 in the morning, my wife got really upset. She's like, John, I can hear all this music in the house. What's in the back? I went back there and I looked, and it was coming from way across the street on Basses. So Will verified it. And this all kind of, I knew this was going to all was going to start coming to a head when I found out that the things that Roger wanted to do back there. And I said, Roger, listen, you know, I'm not against you being a farmer at all. I think you're doing your little activities. I have no problem with that. But I don't want to listen to your train and your dance party all night long. And then I'll let Will, and it's in a recorded, I recorded that conversation,
John.
Roger. So if you want to question that, you didn't say that, go right ahead. But Will, what did he say?
He said that if we
Just state your
didn't,
name. We can
oh,
address.
Will Fenn, W226 N8947 Jolin Drive. And he said that if we didn't want to deal with the noise, we should move out west to our ranch.
If we didn't want to deal with the noise, his noise, we should move out west to our ranch. That's what he said, and it is recorded. So yes, I did record all of our conversations when you called me. I'm not stupid. So, but anyway, so finally, this was submitted to the town on March 22nd. It was submitted to Kathy, and we didn't gain access to this information until after the last meeting. So all of this information was submitted in emails, PowerPoint presentations, of everything they wanted to do on Lisbon. And we didn't have access to this. Our lawyers submitted open records requests, said nothing exists, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to talk about that anymore. That'll be determined why that happened. And then the name was changed. I don't know why the name would get changed or who changed the name from agribusiness to farmland preservation. What was the purpose of a name change? It's not farmland preservation, it's an amusement park. So here's the things that are in the open records request that the Bassids want to do. They want to do live outdoor music. Okay, so anybody who knows, Roger's not a physicist. We've already had sound engineers. Anybody who knows anything about physics, sound works on the inverse square law. If you move something twice as close, it gets 4 times as loud. Not twice as loud, 4 times as loud. So if they come across the street on the hill, that's twice as close, that's 4 times as loud. Okay, so this is what it's in the little thing here. I'll play this for you. They want to do
indoor outdoor music, which we currently don't do. Like a little live band, country music for people. And again, I'm just going over the things that, you know, who knows how far out, but these are just future ideas. And then.
So now we're going to be listening to outdoor bands. And then at the last meeting, Roger's daughter said she wanted to have corn mazes with drinking. There'd be 10 beers you would drink on the way out, walking through the corn maze. And then they could have 10 wines to drink on the way back. So now I'll play that number for you. Let's see. Well, you can go sit down, Will. 13.
And a wine maze, basically the concept is that is there you have local breweries come in and you basically just put them in the station and they just sample little samples, and you go into a brewery, they give you little samples of each kind of beer and everything. So you would just be, there'd be 10 out there and they just go through the maze and that would be their experience through that. And also we could do sunflower wine your way out with wine.
So 10 beers walking through a maze and back my yard with my 10-year-old daughter playing there. Then they'll also want to do, and so that's they have a beer barn across the street. And now they want to do beer mazes outside. Then they applied to do in the documents that were submitted to Kathy, greater than 350 event, special festival events, greater than 350 people. Here's also the hard liquor cider mill is what they call it on here. They call it Blake's. So Blake's is their son's name. So in addition to the wedding, what they're calling a wedding hall, they're going to get a liquor license in that wedding hall. They also want to do a hard liquor brewery. Then they want to do drinking mazes. And they want to call these things farm campsites and have people camp out overnight in the farm campsites behind our house. And then on top of all this, Roger wants to do a train. So I didn't know the train, where it was going to be or what Roger was really talking about until I found it through the open records request after the last meeting, almost 5 months late. So here's my house and here's his train. So the train track, my engineers traced it, is almost a mile long. According to your drawing and and according to Waukesha County GIS, here's the tracing of the train. It's almost a mile long track, 0.8 of a mile track. And it would come within 600 feet of my house. So how long is 600 feet? 600 feet is, if you go to the Lisbon Town Hall, that lot width is 500 feet. So from the center of the lane of where Town of Lisbon Hall is to the back where the playground is, that's about 550 feet. So that's how close the bottom of that train is going to come to my house. Now I can only imagine the train starts up about 10 in the morning, goes till they close at 6 at night, you know, and then they're having people on the train have beer and whatever else they're having on the train, having fun. And then the dance party starts up at the, whatever you want to call it, and then goes to 11. So I got trains and outdoor music events and people walking around in mazes. And then I got the dance party going till 11 at night. And if we can already hear it, like Munchkin Mike's dance party, I'll show you guys. I'd be more than happy to play that. And he also wants to do an egg scrambler. Anybody see that? So this is all in Lisbon. So the transparency has been disturbing, and it's not here. They want to do walk through Halloween light shows, outdoor music events. I mean, there's no way of stopping this stuff. I mean, you're like unleashing the beast. Like, how are you going to contain this? So one thing I looked at was, here's to try and gauge a size of what this current thing is right now. So if you take Roger's private residence and then you measure on GIS, and our engineers did this, he's on it. So everything, excluding his parking lots and his corn maze, so wherever his activities are and his private residence, is 11.8 acres. Right? I'll give that to Joe. So that's on 11.8 acres only. And his parking lots, believe it or not, they're measured by our engineers. He has 4 parking lots, and I'm going to say a number to you that you're not going to believe. They're 400 yards long. And on this map, there's 1,100 cars parked in that at one time. So now that's on 11 acres. So now you're going to give them, what is 70% of 120 acres? That's 36 acres. You're going to let them triple in size behind my house. That'll be triple. So you're going to let Roger Bassi be 3 times bigger behind my house, have outdoor music, have hard liquor cideries, have trains, have beer mazes wandering around, whatever the heck else. And then it's just going to go on and on and on and on. And then I also wanted to play a little bit. I wanted to elaborate on what she said a little bit about creating special things for special people. So, this is, I don't want to be up here tonight. I do not want to be here, believe me. But this was.
I do have a question. If we do create this zoning, will there be any land in the town that qualifies or would fall under that zoning once we create it?
Well, the vision here is it would be the Massey land. They have 120 acres under contract, and that is going to be written for them to be able to petition to rezone into this district. But we don't know of any others. And does anybody know of any holdings, 120 acre holdings that it's got to be under one ownership? I mean, there's all going to be all these.
Right. And I guess what I'm saying is that, don't we run into spot zoning?
Well, somebody on this town is pretty smart. I think it was Mr. Eberly who questioned if it was spot zoning. Yes, it is spot zoning. And that will definitely be challenged in court. And Mr. Macy, I have a lot of respect for you. I think you're a really good attorney, but you don't win everything.
But I do know
So,
what spot zoning is.
yeah, you cannot create an advantage, an adversarial advantage for one person over other people. Okay, this is not needed in the town. If there was one gas station, we needed another gas station, fine, make it a gas station. We already have an amusement park across the street. You don't need another amusement park across the street. To rezone something that's not even on the long range use plan to be even business, but to convert that, that's spot zoning. So, I mean, Richfield, through my understanding in open records requests by other people, just spent about $650,000 litigating. My understanding is against a disabled veteran who all they wanted to do was fill a gravel pit, and they lost. So, I mean, I don't, so I will say that. So, and then I want to also say, Attorney Macy, I'm going to play this, what he even said. He says that in Richfield just a few months ago, he said he strongly discourages against this because he cannot say he was going to own this in the future. And he can't guarantee, and he used the exact words, Tommy Bartlett is not going to own this in the future.
But we as a staff can't, in good conscience, recommend that you create a zoning district, even for this single 70-acre parcel, that I can't guarantee who's going to own it tomorrow. And
he goes on to say, I can't guarantee it's Tommy Bartlett, but that cut out. So I don't understand how you can be so against something over there and enforce something over here. Only a few months later, the exact same thing. Now, my understanding is perhaps is Bassey's paying the lawyer bills for Attorney Macy? I'm just asking a question. I can ask a question. I'm not making a statement to petition the town to move this forward. That's not a statement. That's just a question. If anybody wants to answer that, I'd love to hear it. Let's see. And here's Jim Healy.
We haven't had times, but I think we might have to soon.
Here's Jim Healy in Richfield talking about the Bass's train.
Question.
Oh, no, that's not it. That's
similar to the Milwaukee County Zoo.
he calls it similar to the Milwaukee County Zoo. Jim Healy, that's Jim Healy. That's not a stranger.
Milwaukee County Zoo on tracks. I think that's a substantial change. They have a novelty train right now that looks like Thomas the Train, or, you know, a version of Thomas the Train that nobody probably has any issues with. But I would be willing to bet that the people who live in the surrounding area would take great umbrance with the fact that there would be a track installed to go around the 70 acres or some part of the 70 acres that would allow them to operate this train. And they
So I don't get it. I mean, you know, you can't, and then we could just keep going on and on and on and on and on, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm just going to kind of get out of the way on this and hopefully let you guys, I don't think that perhaps some people have an understanding of what's really going to happen and what it's going to end up looking like. And I think that's the issue here. So I think that it's just, I think you're just going to do this little thing and it's going to be this quiet thing and it's going to balloon up into something. So, all right, that's all I have. Sorry.
All right. Does anyone else have any comments tonight?
I've got Lisa Otis on Zoom.
I wanted to comment on two things. Bossie's discussion is one of them. I don't know if anyone has looked at the Lannon Sunflower Farm. And if something like the Bossie's proposal were to be approved, you know, wouldn't there be certain restrictions on what they can do, or could there be restrictions on what they can do, hours of operation, things like that? Because I live pretty close, fairly close to that property too. And the last couple of weekends have been hearing loudspeaker stuff. So I sympathize with people who are closer to that property and what might be happening. And I think when we're considering a proposal, we need to consider those things and possible restrictions and negotiation about what is really going to be allowed or practical for that particular property with respect to the adjacent landowners. Second point I wanted to bring up was the proposed changes to the long-range comp plan and zone map. Kathy Nicholas and I actually had discussion. Thank you, Kathy, for being interested in what my opinions and thoughts are. I appreciate that. And Kathy did say that she's open to talking with anyone about that. I feel like the town of Lisbon, I feel like this is so far from where this discussion is, but I just want to say speak my mind on it a bit. I feel like the town of Lisbon could maintain a somewhat rural character, meaning green space, natural living, in addition to carefully planned construct development of some of the land to include new subdivisions, new home establishment, private residence. Can we come to a medium ground on that? Because a lot of what we have here as far as green space, conservancy land, upper quarter land, shoreland land is an asset to this town, and it is what is going to continue to make living in this area plausible and appealing to others. So as we go through these changes, I hope we have some transparency on what is happening, what future plans would be if or when we would become incorporated, the plans to the long range land use plan. Thank you. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Lisa. Does anyone else have any comments? Anyone else on Zoom?
I've got Noel Geyer on Zoom.
I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Oh, it's still showing up. Okay. Hopefully now it's not doing that. This is Noel Geyer, N95W25878 Riverview Drive. Again, I'm just wondering, as the town, and I've been attending these for the last year, a little bit more than that, I think, pretty religiously. And all I hear is people saying how we want to maintain rural. We don't want to be Sussex. We don't want to be, I mean, incorporating is one thing, but we don't want to lose what we have. The reason we moved out here was to get away from the city. So I can't even imagine what that gentleman is going through. The thought of somebody putting a train that close to my house, even a small train like at the zoo, or half the stuff that I've seen, I'm going to say their name wrong because I've always thought it was Bass's, that they have out there. It started off as such a lovely small farm that had certain things to sell, and it's grown into something that is becoming just crazy. It's hard to even drive through on Highway Q. So the thought of what they've got planned for further into Lisbon on that property, it just makes me sick to think about all the growth that happens. I mean, I'm all for responsible growth, all for new residences and properties being built, but rezoning things for just particular things like the Quick Trip, like this Bass's, making sure that these people are that are coming in are being treated like kings, and the people who are existing are kind of trampled on it. And it's very frustrating to see this happening when I think this town has done everything it could in the past to try and really watch out for its citizens, that now it's watching out more for the companies, and I don't want to see that happen. I really want them to continue to look after its citizens. And so I really hope that you will look at this and really consider what they're proposing, because I think it's crazy. So thanks. I'm just frustrated beyond belief with what I just heard from this gentleman and what he presented. So can't believe that we're doing all this, but thank you. Sorry.
Hold on, John. I'm just going to remind you, talk to us.
Oh, I will.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, guys. Thank you. My name is Sarah Bossy, 3190 County Line Road, Colgate, Wisconsin. I appreciate you guys doing this and everything. Just so everyone knows, for you guys too, this zoning wasn't just dedicated to us. A lot of things we were just throwing an idea, and from there, John Macy came up with different ideas of this to help other farms in the community that have over 100 acres, not just us. We want it to be for everyone to keep that rural area instead of putting subdivisions. But with that being said, I wanted to invite you guys, we'll probably call you and everything, but I want you guys to see the property, to see exactly what it is out there. Because I think seeing on a picture, it doesn't do justice out there. There's a lot of rolling hills. There's a lot of very nice features out there. And just to show you guys a little bit better view and understanding, and just to let everyone know, everyone keeps calling it amusement park. If you read what we're proposing, that's not an amusement park. There'd be carnival rides. We're not wanting to do carnival rides. We just want to be a real low-key farm. If you go to our place too right now, you guys are more than welcome to come during our Fall Fest and see how we operate too. We're not a people that like to grow, we want to grow memories and we don't want to cause enemies. We never want to do that, and we want to make everyone happy. So there's ways to work on both ends. So we're always willing to work with our neighbors and everything. So I hope you guys understand that. But I want to ask you guys to come out to our place to get more visualized instead of hearing from other people when they don't know exactly what we are planning on doing. So, all right, thank you.
So we just got our son out of the hospital for migraines for 2 straight days. So he gets frequent migraines, so he has to sit in the quiet with the windows open, right? And in the dark. That's what the doctors, so he got admitted, he has to get IV medications. And then he finally gets well enough, we can take him home, but then he sleeps for a day or two. He misses a lot of school. So that's another reason, it's Colin. That's a big reason why I don't want the basses and all their music and noise back there. I'm not saying I don't want a subdivision. Subdivisions are quiet. There's a subdivision next to us. I don't hear them in my house. So appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm mildly afraid to ask this, but does anyone else wish to speak? Anyone else on Zoom?
No other hands on Zoom.
All right. At 8:45, we are going past citizens' comments. Item 3 is the minutes. Discussion necessary action on the following minutes: September 2nd, 2021, public hearing and plan commission meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Rachel caught a typo on page 4. If you flip to new business, item A, the second to last sentence, it currently reads, the commission noted their preference for R1 zoning. It should read, the commission noted no preference for R1, R2 zoning.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any other corrections, or is there a motion on the minutes?
For approval as corrected.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jeff. All right, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 4, new business. A, discussion and necessary action regarding upcoming plan commission meeting schedule.
Right, so I asked to have something put on the agenda. We are looking at November. Well, you've seen what today's looking like. We're still trying to get to our last couple larger items on this agenda. November is already a full agenda, and so is December. I was interested in knowing what the Plan Commission thought about these long meetings. Would you prefer long meetings, or would you prefer extra meetings a month? And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on what might make it work best for the committee or the commission as a whole.
Jeff?
I prefer long meetings to several meetings.
Joe?
It doesn't matter, whatever the agenda items work out to be. I mean, we can't forecast how long each item is going to take, but whatever works out, it doesn't matter to me.
I'd prefer not to be here after 10:30. Okay with an additional meeting. I don't think it's real productive when we're here that late. I think everybody's more thinking about trying to go home than they are actually talking about what we need to talk about. So, I mean, I'd prefer just have another meeting.
Brian?
I would prefer less meetings, but longer meetings. I'd rather do one long meeting if we could, rather than have several short meetings, because my fear would be the several short meetings would end up being several long meetings anyway.
Betsy?
I don't like the real long meetings, but I really don't want to have more meetings. I mean, it's all right to have an extra meeting once in a while, but I don't want to plan more meetings.
I do also fear that there would be, if we had small meetings or more meetings, they could get long, but I will tell you, this is getting very tough on my personal end. I mean, we're here till 11 o'clock on some of these meetings and I'm getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning and going to work. This is getting really tough. And I will admit some of this is, I have always had a policy of letting people speak their mind. This is getting too much. I mean, I really hope that people would limit discussion points to a certain amount of time. And I know it's tough because you have a lot to get out, but we can't sit here till 8:45 at night and just getting past citizens' comments. I mean, and if that's the wish and that's what people want to do, that's okay. It just might be without me because I just can't keep doing this. So that's something we're gonna have to talk about, or just, I'm gonna have to really try and enforce and push more to condense comments and get to the point and things, but it sounds like the wish is to have
Longer.
less meetings, but longer meetings,
Okay, thank you.
so. All right, item B, discussion necessary action on the request by Richard Swanson for the property located at N94 West 23611 Hermitage Drive, LSBT 0150.020.002 for approval of the following and recommendations to town board of the same. Rezone from A3 agricultural to R1 residential, specifically excluding UC and C1 zone lands, and a 2-lot certified survey map. And we have tabled that public hearing until, that was December, I believe, on that one.
December 2nd.
So there's nothing else to cover at this point on this one, nothing from the applicant. All right. Do we need to table this one as well, or just? I would move that we table this item B 1 and 2 until the December 2nd meeting. Is there a second? Second by, I believe. No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 5, unfinished business. A, discussion necessary action on a request by Jeff Osgood, Quick Trip Inc. for the property located at West 260 North 9579 State Road 164, LSBT 0161.999.004, and a portion of the adjacent vacant parcel located immediately to the south and identified as LSBT 0161.999.009 for the following in the B2 local business zoning district. Conditional use permit for an automobile, gasoline, and service station related convenience store, a major grading conditional use permit, and a site plan and plan of operation approval. This one has been, public hearing's been postponed to the November 4th meeting. I would move to table this item until the November 4th Plan Commission meeting. Is there a second? Second by Mark Meyer. No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item B, discussion necessary action on the request by Amin and Nawah Hamadan for the property located at County Highway K and Corning Corners Parkway, LSBT 0284.994.001 for a conditional use permit for a truck wash in the B4 local business district. We do not have the applicant here. And what was the recommendation on this one, Rachel?
This case is actually recommending denial so that we would not have to put it back on the agenda until they actually reapply and are ready to move forward.
Does anyone wish to discuss this at all?
We need to put the reasons in, so you set forth the reasons in your report, why you're making the recommendation.
That's a good question. Mr. Attorney. They have not submitted new information and we've actually not received a project update from them in some time. I think we did actually communicate as well that that we were preparing to recommend denial and did not hear back from them.
But I think you indicated when we started this process.
Ooh, at least fall of
Thought it
2019 is when I am first aware of it coming to the town. And we had early meetings in early 2020 and then didn't hear from them for some months while they were considering the
application
project.
was submitted on May 17th.
Mhm.
And so I wanted to get that in, Elisa. The first public hearing was held on June, it was tabled, set over to August 5th. August 5th, it was set over to tonight, and nothing has been submitted since the May 17th submittal. They knew from day one that additional information was needed. They actually were here on June 10th and admitted and agreed to the adjournment because they knew that they needed to submit additional information. And so this isn't a surprise to them either on June 10th or tonight that we are still awaiting the information. We feel as a staff that it gets stale after that period of time when something's submitted in May and we're now in October and we still don't have the necessary information. And those are some of the reasons and basis by which we're asking for the planning commission. Is this an action or a recommendation? This is a recommendation to the village board. So we're asking the planning commission to recommend to the village board.
Sorry, just action stops
They
here.
decide the planning commission to CUs now?
Correct.
Okay, so it's our recommendation to the plan commission that they deny the request, certainly without prejudice, meaning that they can come back at an later date with a full submittal and start the process.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Anything from you, Jeff?
No.
Anyone have anything? Just nod at me if you do. Is there a motion on this item? I'll move to deny this item based on the recommendations of staff. And the reasons, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mark Meyer. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item C, discussion necessary action regarding proposed amendments to the town zoning code, in particular but not limited to section 5 signs and recommendation of town board of the same.
This is the first of the two ordinances. The first ordinance is the one making the modification, repealing the section, pertinent sections of the zoning code. We needed to leave in several references in the zoning code, particular references, so that to the new chapter instead of to the old section 5. So there's very few sections of this references to the sign code in the zoning code, but some of them needed to be remain, and that's what you see in the ordinance. Is that okay, Rachel?
Yes, thank you.
Anything else you want to add, Rachel?
Oh. I guess we had a pretty robust discussion during the public hearing.
The two
No.
policy decisions are really with the second document.
That's right. The first one should be just straightforward, right? You want to
The only thing that would be reason you wouldn't act on it tonight is if you wanted to clean up in the zoning code, the zoning administrator issue. But that would take probably a new public hearing and starting over, and we're not recommending. If you're of a mind to direct staff, next time we go around, we keep track of a list. And when the next go around, we would amendment of the zoning code, we would include cleaning up that. But that's not on the table and not something we do, but that would be the only reason you wouldn't act on it tonight.
Discussion on the commission end, Jeff?
Nothing more than I said earlier, no.
Joe?
No.
Mark?
No.
Brian?
Nothing more.
Becky?
No, nothing.
So as far as wanting to make that change on the zoning administrator, and is that something you guys want to look at now or something and repost or address it later?
I would recommend we just.
Fix your mic.
I recommend we just put it on the list for future work. Go ahead with the recommendation of town board, the changes for the section 5.
You wanting to put that in a motion?
Yes. Make a motion to recommend to the town board changes in the town zoning code, particular but not limited section 5 signs.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll continue discussion. Mark, I just wanted to get something on the table that we were discussing. A little different than we normally do. Anything for you, Mark? Anything else? No? All right. Brian, anything else? No. Becky, anything else? No. All right. Motion's been made and seconded. Everything that cover everything you guys need, staff in?
I believe so.
All right. No, you have something else, Joe?
No, I do not. I'm sorry.
All right, no other discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right, item D, discussion necessary action regarding creation of chapter 17 of the Town of Lisbon Code related to sign regulations and recommendation of the town board of the same. Anything else we want to discuss here?
The staff has laid out two of the issues that we wanted you to think about. And I guess it's a decision of whether you want us to give direction to your staff and direct us to come back with to address your concerns. You want to go ahead with what it is? Or you want to try to amend it tonight? That's always the toughest.
Yeah, I'd like to amend it tonight, but I'm not sure I have the language for that, you know.
If I could, I could try to summarize very briefly what I heard earlier as far as like the nature of the things that you were all wanting to see changed. Certainly just designating who is responsible for administering the code. I'm hearing sign code administrator. And perhaps the directive was to work it out with Attorney Macy as to the precise language to make sure the end goal is achieving as few appeals to Board of Appeals as possible.
Well, no appeals to the Board of Appeals, but
Mhm.
my thought was appeal to the Plan Commission.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that being a key issue. So appeals go to Plan Commission. If needed, and hopefully if the other part of it is the changes as far as sign types and increasing the limits on the size of signs. I'd love to get at least feedback tonight on if that's acceptable. It's also with the goal of minimizing appeals, but does it, I guess, do you have questions on that? Do those changes seem reasonable? The third item was the discussion on language about waivers and just how loose we want that language to be or strict, or do you want it to specify waivers? I mean, it currently does. So I guess you want it to be more strict, less strict, or the same as it is now. Acknowledging that there's also changes to the size limits happening at the same time.
Whoever wants to go.
I was gonna say, I mean, we discussed this during the public hearing, and I think that language needs to be strengthened a little bit. I think it's too broad and opens the Plan Commission to perhaps appeal to a court of law even. Or at least you couldn't go to the Board of Zoning Appeal, I guess, but it's just, I think it's too broad and allows the Plan Commission to approve almost any sign that they would want. So I don't like the existing language. I think it has to be tightened up a bit.
mean from what it is today or what the draft?
What's in the draft?
Okay, thank you.
Are you worried more, Jeff, that the plan commission could approve anything they wanted? Because they could technically change the code and approve anything they wanted anyway.
Well, that's true, but under this, you provide a code that allows them to do that. You know, I'd like to see it saying, no, this is the only, my thinking is the only way the plan commission will get involved in is if there is something in, you know, an application that doesn't meet the exact standards that exist here. And they have an appeal, or I don't like the word appeal, but they can, the sign administrator would
That's
then
for
say,
review by the plan commission.
yeah, go to the plan commission with it.
Okay.
Well, the way it's normally done is you make a list of things that can be specially accepted. You don't say anything in the code can be modified. You can say, you know, certain types of signs can, as was drafted previously, can be increased 20% by the plan commission, you know, based on the following standards. You make a list of things that you feel you want to reserve to yourselves and not allow staff to make the modifications.
Right.
The problem you have is when you make the entire code that you can grant a special exception.
Right.
That's when you almost make the code, as they stated, meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
So you make a list of those and the staff could be directed to do that. You've stated, and if everybody agrees with you, that it's too broad the way we've written it, then we could be charged with just coming back to you with a list of these things that can be looked at. That, Mr. Chairman, is what many codes would say. The other one was to say, as part of a CU, you can grant changes to the zoning code. And that was another thing that your planner looked at. And we actually have that in the town of Mugwanago. As part of a CU, they can make modifications to the signage size and locations and things like that. Because the argument there was you had a public hearing, you heard from the public got to have their say, the signage was part of the presentation, and so there's been, you know, due process. So you could tonight say, go back to the drawing board and just come back with a list of things that can be modified. You could say, add the CUs or not add the CUs, you know, as a potentiality. Is that helpful?
Yeah, and I think both, either method, I think, works. I'm not sure I have a preference one way or the other.
Well, you can do both.
Well, I'm open to directing the staff to come back with something.
Are you of a mind to have the staff issue the vast majority of the signage?
Yes.
That's sort of,
That's the will of the plan commission.
Yes.
Yes.
and the only ones you would look at as the special exceptions, it'd be a specific list, and obviously you'd be looking at those that are part of the CU also.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Draft that.
And we'll change the zoning administrator to be the sign administrator.
This is a clear direction I can run with. Thank you.
Do we approve this and move to make those expeditious changes via ordinance? Like,
No, you have to bring it back. You don't need a public hearing, but you have to bring it back. We as a staff can't. I mean, I suppose since it's going to the town board.
Approve the current language, send it to the board, and then use the non-notice change process that you referred to earlier and just make these changes. I mean, have them made right away, but get it approved and get it going. So it's out of the zoning pool.
Well, you passed the ordinance that's out of the zoning code. I'm not gonna let the village board, town board pass it until this part of it's done, or we have no code. So you finished with the chapter 5 part, the zoning code part, and then chapter 5, section 5. You completed your work. We weren't bringing that back. We would be bringing this back. You could recommend to the town board that they adopted pursuant to these concerns being properly addressed. That means you won't look at it again. So it's your policy decision of whether you want to look at it.
Well, what's the feeling on that?
I would prefer to see it again. I don't want to add one more thing to one more agenda, but I'd like to see what staff comes up with.
Jeff,
I would concur.
Brian,
I would agree.
Becky?
I would also agree that we should see the list.
What kind of motion we're gonna put in for that one?
Well, let's just table to the next meeting and direct the staff to proceed as directed.
So moved. No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 6-0. Item E, discussion only regarding preliminary draft documents for proposed agricultural preservation zoning district with no action being taken. Who's gonna lead this one?
I'm gonna move my sign code documents here. All right, I'll try to tackle this here. Heard a lot of comments tonight, different parts of the meeting. I guess what I try to do in the staff report, just to bring it back to you guys, is based on feedback heard to date. I mean, we did get, an initial request in March. Nothing much on the page. It was really a discussion with the Plan Commission brought to you in June. We had more substantive discussions at more recent meetings since that time. So what I did since the September meeting is working with Attorney Macy and the town administrator, just trying to hone in on these definitions. So we looked at some comparable ordinances and one is used in Michigan, a couple are used here in Wisconsin. A lot of similarities, but just took a crack at the definition of traditional ag. And again, I know there were some comments about this from the public tonight, but our purpose, as we've stated at past meetings, is not to redefine traditional ag for the purpose of the whole zoning code or the whole town of Lisbon, but if you were to create a specific district here, we just simply want to define traditional ag for the purpose of this district and what it allows. So yes, we excluded livestock. Really, it's rewritten here to just simply define it as really focused on raising crops. Saying you can grow crops here, that the intent here is not to allow other types of farms, really just to make it very narrow and say that's the permitted use in this district that you could do without any special permits would be growing crops. And we list several kinds here, they're, very typical. We've got vegetables, corn, fruit, flowers, herbs, forestry. We include some nursery stock, horticultural specialties, because in working with the Bossies, they've indicated they wanted the ability to, for example, sell flowers or things like that. So we're trying to get at that, but also balance what might be a broader operation. As we've said before in meetings, all of the other uses here would be.
Wait, we're gonna
framed as-
stop there.
Okay,
As we told you at the first meeting at 12 o'clock at night or whatever time it was, you had 3 homework assignments. Does everybody remember that? We told you we're no longer dealing with agribusiness because that was too complicated and caused all kinds of problems, and that we were looking to preserve ag land. And we asked you, your first homework assignment was, what did they have to do on 70%, 80%, 90%? You decide the percentage, but the vast majority of the farm, what can they do? We gave you a very broad definition. You told us to hone it down to crops. That was your directive to us. And now we have to talk about whether we've captured it. Before we go on to the other 2 homework assignments, this was the first homework. Am I stating that correctly? We said agribusiness is more confusing. The purpose of this district is to preserve the vast majority of the land for certain type of agricultural uses. You can put livestock back in, you can pick your own strawberries back in, you can put in whatever you want, but your directive to us was to make it narrow. This is traditional row crops. Hey, I wouldn't even go so far as the flowers and everything else from what I heard from you, but your planner wrote it this way for your consideration tonight. So, Mr. Chairman, can we look at that definition? That's the first thing.
I think the commission understands this, but to me, the elephant in the room, there's been confusion that I'm hearing in the public and early on among the commission of the intent here. I mean, I know when we say ag preservation, it can mean a lot of things, right? There's other ways to do it. it's not the sole intent of the whole, section. It's simply,
No, the intent of the
This is
section,
a-
the intent
yeah.
of the new zoning district was to preserve 100-acre parcels for certain uses and to assist them to economically exist. Now, you can throw this whole thing out, that's your prerogative. I'm just telling you that the two other communities have looked at it different ways and have never been able to complete it. So this was just an attempt to look at this issue. You don't have to create this district. Just so everybody knows, nobody's forcing you to create this district. That's a policy decision that you make. And all we presented to you is a potential tool for creation of the district. But the district is to preserve 100-acre parcels in a rural use and allow them, whatever you end up deciding, allowing them the potentiality of making additional monies to preserve that 100-acre parcel. That's it in a nutshell. I mean, let's not make it more than it is. You could end up with one accessory use and 50 prohibited uses, okay? But I don't want to get to the accessory uses or the prohibited uses till you decide what they have to do on, and decide if it's 70% of the property, 80% of the property, 90% of the property, 50% of the property. There's two policy decisions that have to be made. And we've got to start to make these policy decisions, I think, Kathy, right? I mean, we can't work on this forever.
That's
Kathy,
right.
keep pushing us to try to get you to make some policy decisions.
and when we talk about percentages, I think part of the trick, John, is that nobody has seen a map. I know somebody brought one tonight, but I shouldn't say nobody, but I certainly have not. And I don't believe the commission has seen any kind of layout or plan that would help us grapple with.
But again,
Perhaps I could have
this
made
is
some,
any 100-acre parcel.
Right.
The
There's no
layout of the
application.
parcel is going to be defined by the setbacks in the side yards, not by a specific site. This is any
Right.
100-acre parcel.
We haven't looked at a particular site and said, oh, it's 70 or 80% makes more sense because of this. I mean, that's simply, we're just very generally trying to pin these numbers here.
The first thing you're asking is traditional agriculture use is defined as, you want to know if this list is what we want.
Yes, sir.
I think we need to go back before that and make sure that it's clear to the world what tillable lands are. I don't know as if that is something that is, by that terminology, if that's defined close enough. If there's 100 acres and 40 acres of it are woods, you don't farm in the trees. So, I mean, one is tillable lands, the definable term.
Trying to remember what the basis for that is and how specific we need to get.
I mean, I can grow trees in the woods, but it's darn hard to grow soybeans in it. I apologize, I don't have a better term, but to me, the first thing that popped out to me is what is tillable?
Capable of being farmed productively.
So John, was there an intent there to exclude woods on the farm tract? I'm just trying to remember why exactly this is a restriction we want to add in.
Which tract?
For the minimum acreage. So originally we started with just saying 100 acres contiguous under same ownership, but now we're getting more specific by saying has to be tillable, so we couldn't count lands that are not actually farmable. Honestly,
That was to
don't necessarily
exclude
know
the
what's not
shoreline, floodplain, UP, or which of the districts could be included or couldn't be.
Well, is it as simple as saying it's 100 acres exclusive of what, the same thing I was thinking that you just stated, John?
Well, it's in red right below that. So yes, if of tillable lands is creating an ambiguity, it should be stricken because hopefully the sentence below that will be better usable.
I would say that if we took out the first addition and the first sentence and the first line, I think that if we just limited it to what is in the following add below later in that paragraph, I think that would take care of it.
Okay, everybody in agreement?
Yes.
John?
That's
Good.
great. That's
Okay.
exactly the input we need.
All right,
As far as percentage, 70 is as good a number as any, to me. I'm just speaking for myself, obviously, but 70 is as good to me as 75 or 85.
rest of the board? Jeff?
I have no real preference, 70-75% sounds reasonable.
Mark?
And I think if we're trying to preserve farmland, I think we should have at least 80% of it. I think you can if the ancillary income off the other 20% isn't enough along with the farming. Then we're not really preserving a lot of farmland here. We're only talking about 80 acres. And, in the instance we're discussing here, if they've got 15 acres of ancillary use across the road, and we're talking about giving them 20 acres on our side, would seem like it should be enough. And if we give them too much, it's going to have to come back too far off the county highway. It's going to get too close to neighbors on the sides. I don't know. I'm in favor of 80%.
I have no problem with that either. Yeah.
80? Brian, where are you?
I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with 80% as well.
Becky? Try now.
I'm all right with 80%. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, 80%. All right. Anything else above permitted uses that you want to address?
I would like to have added at the end of each of the parentheticals, the word et cetera, so it's clear that we're not just talking about, because that's in the second parenthetical. So why don't we just add it to all of them? After potatoes, after forestry, after Christmas trees, I don't think that would make sure that it's consistent. In other words, if they want to go out there and grow barley, I don't care.
Right.
That's just a wordsmith.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I have no personal problem with the listing as presented.
As was suggested earlier, I would like the floriculture, herbs, forestry, specialties, flowers, shrubs, potentially Christmas trees removed from there. If we're talking about preserving farming and farmlands, first thing I don't think of is herbs and floriculture. But it's not a do or die deal for me. I just don't. I'd rather see a more traditional crops there.
It's fine.
Fine by me too.
Brian?
And the cider needs to come out. It's not a crop.
Yeah,
It's something you make.
cider should be removed from that list too. It just says cider, semicolon, that should be out. Down below, it's, cider mills are allowed as a auxiliary activity. Also, I would, if we're not going to include livestock, I think paddocks and stables should probably be eliminated. Because if you're not allowing livestock, you don't need those.
Are we going to permitted accessory? Can we wait and finish number one and make sure we get everybody's comments?
Sure.
That's
Yeah.
great, but for consistency, that's great. I want to make it clear that as you, and that's great, that's the feedback we need. How narrow do you want the traditional agricultural uses defined? Right now, I have the raising of crops, corn, wheat, hay, potatoes, etc. Fruit, apples, peaches, grapes, cherries, berries, etc. Vegetables, sweet corn, pumpkins, tomatoes, etc. Maple sap, but not including the growing of marijuana. That's what I currently have left. Is that
It's fine with me.
okay? Now, that is not to say, just so you know, depending on how you write the next one, and that's why I didn't want you to go to the next one right away. Those things that we've stricken could be done if you allow them on the 20%.
That's what I was thinking too, because they've said they want to do lavender,
So, I mean,
things like that.
so you may want to keep that in the back of your mind as you start through the permitted uses. And just like you've stricken, I mean, it was much broader 2 or 3 definitions ago, and now you're winnowing it down. That's the purpose of this discussion. You may, think about it some more. But so when we go to the permitted accessory uses, that's when you have to decide, whether some of them that you struck, you would put back in as the accessory uses on the 20%. And Rachel, would you make a note probably that the permitted accessory uses on the, allowed on the remaining 20%?
Sure.
So that that's crystal clear, right? Everybody, that was the
Yes.
intent. I don't want someone to,
I do have a question. You said you didn't say truck farming. You had crossed that out. First of all, I guess I need a definition of truck farming. I always thought that was growing of vegetables and stuff and then carrying it into the city and stuff. I thought it was pretty traditional crops.
I think that fits the definition I found, but I apologize. I had to look it up at one point just to make sure I understood what we're.
oh, we struck out truck farming?
Well, I thought when you
Yeah.
said, this is what I have, and then you went to maple syrup and you didn't mention that as being part of the uses.
Yeah, they were, everything after marijuana is stricken. So truck farming was stricken in this draft.
Right, and that's
Right.
why I raised it. I think maybe it should be back in.
Well, the thought was that, I'm just gonna say what the reaction, if you're gonna be truck farming, that's the sort of an accessory use that you do to supplement your row crop farming,
Okay, gotcha.
and so you might wanna add truck farming down there. But if the accessory, I would have, the vision is that truck farming might be something you would permit as an accessory use. The vegetable stand,
Mhm.
if they grew the, vegetables, sweet corn, pumpkins, tomatoes, etc., they would get a truck farm or a vegetable stand to, I don't think there's anyone who says that you can't, obviously, if you're gonna raise corn, wheat, hay, and potatoes,
Yeah,
you're gonna sell them somewhere.
Right.
that's
You
right.
don't have to sell them on this farm.
I think the
So-
definition I had seen was like a small farm producing vegetables for commercial sale, usually to local markets.
Mhm.
So you literally bring it to market. I just felt like it might be redundant or
Okay,
somehow,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not opposed to adding it back in though.
Okay, so now we're to permitted accessory. And you're continuing to decide, and maybe we've asked you holistically, and this was assignment number 2, holistically, what you envisioned as potentially allowable on the remainderment of the farm for the sole purpose of earning an income to be able to keep the farm. It's a trend of about 10 years ago in the state of Wisconsin, so that's why you have the Buffalo farm that sells the meat. You know what I mean? Okay, Joe, it looked like he had his hand up.
Well, looking at this list of permitted accessory uses on the remaining 20% on page 2, item, wherever the heck it is, now I just lost it. I would I would take out food trucks. Because food trucks would imply to me that they're coming from off-site to be there. If you're gonna have we're allowing cafes or restaurants, which would mean to me that that's items that are produced on site, food trucks would be off-site. So I would suggest we take out food trucks.
Okay, and that's certainly your policy decision. Let me tell you what the state of the industry is such is that you hire a caterer or you hire a food truck to provide your food if you're not providing the food in-house. And it's a form of a caterer from some weddings and some entities' perspective. I'm not arguing for it or
No,
against it.
I
I'm
understand what
just
you're
telling you
saying.
that
You're right.
It's a manner of, yes, but your analysis is absolutely correct. It's someone coming onto the site to sell the food. So if your vision is that the farm, cooks the food and sells the food, then that's totally consistent. But I would argue if you're gonna allow caterers to come on, what's the difference between a food truck and a caterer? That's the
Well,
only.
and that thought is consistent with the previous item before that about, we're talking about event barns. And you're right, most event barns have an outside caterer. They're gonna put it in a truck, so what's the difference? If we're going to allow event barns, then we're gonna have to leave in food trucks.
I concur. Actually, I would suggest removing the cafes and restaurants.
Right.
Yeah, so I was thinking if they don't have food trucks or catering, then they might have to have a commercial kitchen on site if they're to provide food, so that you're
I
getting at that.
don't think so. I wouldn't want that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the food trucks are in, but they,
My
So
suggestion,
that would infer to me that in your event barn, you couldn't have a commercial kitchen. Either that or we modify the event barn paragraph to allow commercial kitchens inside.
Well, before we start to pick away at the event barn, you need to make the policy decision if you're going to have event barn. So
Well,
instead of jumping around, could we go to, A was houses. Can they have a house? Anybody have a problem with A?
Well, I have a question about why it says dwellings and how many are we letting them have?
Great question. I don't think that was intended, but A, farm dwelling, is that what you prefer?
Is it per parcel? I was thinking it would go with whatever the zoning code, section 3 has a lot to say about structures. Brian, wouldn't one house per parcel be allowed currently?
It's
I believe so.
only one home per tax key number. So if it's all one tax key number on 100 acres, then yeah, only one residence would be allowed.
It'd be one tax.
Yes,
No. Yeah, we'd have to take two of them off.
Pardon?
Farm dwelling, the S would come off and the next sentence wouldn't that S come off of dwellings for both of them? Or is that
Yeah, so
just-
I probably just copied that from the other zoning districts you have in the
so
code.
the S's are gone.
Okay. One farm dwelling.
Okay, so one farm dwelling on the site. I don't know, is it really helpful to say a new single family shall have the minimum of 440 square feet? Your planners explained why that's in there, because it's in every other section of the code.
Yes.
You think it's really necessary in this one?
No.
No, I think they're saying no.
Okay.
So one farm dwelling on the site is the way I'm hearing them say it.
Okay. Look all that inclusive.
Okay, now wineries and cedar mills, subject to all required licenses. These are totally policy decisions. We're not recommending one way or another. Do we think this is something that should be allowed as to raise money to keep the farm?
well, if you're allowing apples, isn't a cedar mill just where you squash it and make apple juice and stuff?
I believe so.
And you ferment it and
Yes.
it becomes a distillery.
Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't allow the distillery, but I'd allow them to squash their apples and make applesauce or whatever if they want to.
I got some cider at home that's pretty darn good.
So cider mill, you don't have a problem with, I'm hearing.
I don't.
And this is something that everybody struggles with, is the winery or cider mill, if you leave winery, only for use of the products they raise on site. Is that what you envision?
Well, for the cider mill, for winery, I don't believe a Wisconsin winery can make it with just on-site stuff. They almost all import grapes.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
you know, we have one in McWanago and we require him to at least raise a portion of the grapes on site.
Mhm.
But I go to one in Door County next week and they raise everything on site. And that's even further north than here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with limiting it to a percentage of stuff grown on site or somehow or another.
Me neither.
For both the winery and the cider mill?
Yeah.
Sure.
Percentage.
The other percentage,
I don't know what. No idea what.
at least 50%, let's say that. huh?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, subject to all required licensing, as long as 50% of the product is raised on site.
Brian, you good with that?
I'm good with it.
Becky,
I'm good with it.
Mark and Joe and Jeff?
That's
50%
fine.
is fine.
So now you're talking about cafe or restaurant. So let's talk about what your vision is of no cafe, no restaurant. I mean, what if it's only stuff they sell? They bake, Elegant Farmer type of cafe restaurant. Everybody's been there. I mean, tell us what you envision should be or shouldn't be allowed. If you say none, that's fine. But everybody's gonna want a bottled water. Everybody's gonna want, you know,
Well,
Donut.
the stands can still be there, you know. Because I think it was
Describe
said
stand-
separately.
describe
Well,
stands.
it's in the list.
okay?
Yeah, we're currently
Concession
offering kind of a
stands.
range from little concession stand, gift shop, which could arguably provide some of that, to your cafe or restaurant, which would be larger scale. I think those are the only ones that. And we also have some general sale of products.
There's a establishment west of here on the other side of the road, and they have a kitchen there and they make donuts and sell a gazillion of them and pies and everything else. As you alluded to, you know, a log and farmer type of thing.
Well, when I hear restaurant, I think of more of a full service type.
Oh, and that's that's the way it's written, and that's what you have to decide.
Yeah.
If you don't envision a full, you know, waitress, you know, more of a concession stand type of thing, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think, I don't wanna, well, I don't know what license the rest of Elegant Farmer has. I mean, they make sandwiches and they sell sandwiches, so
Yeah.
I don't know, there's different types of restaurant licenses, as
Right.
you all know. You know, eating a packaged good versus cooking a food.
And restaurant is defined in your zoning code definition section. Large paragraph.
So then and with that definition, I'd probably say no. My vision is for like a concession stand type of a thing.
Have you been to the Elegant Farm?
Yes.
Do you consider that a restaurant or a concession stand?
I always thought of it more as a concession stand, quite
Okay,
frankly.
because we will define it, we will define concession stands. If that's what you want, then we should define it like restaurants are defined.
I
Fine,
think that's what we should do.
I think it should maybe just be a restaurant. I mean, who knows what it is that you may want to be prepared there in the future. And I think it might be more appropriate for us to determine a size or indoor seating or something as opposed to what kind of food they're going to serve there.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned that before, Mark, and I'm trying to figure out what kind of number would be appropriate. So I'm looking to you guys for guidance. If you have examples of places where you feel like, oh, that's kind of the vision, like this is helpful to have an example of the Elegant Farmer. Are there others that you've seen or been to? I could get the
I don't know,
square
I'm
footage.
just throwing it up, 50 to 75, you know. I mean, that gives you something decent size.
As far as seats,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, there's nothing magical about that number, but at least it keeps it smaller.
Brian or Becky, any input on that one?
I think we should leave cafe or restaurant in and, use the parameters that Joe said. What did you say? 50?
I said 50 or 75.
75 people?
I mean, we have 15 tables of 5 people, that's not that big. Yeah, 10 tables of 6, that's a smaller place. I'd say 75.
Everybody okay with 75?
You know, just looking for definitions here, restaurants and cafes. What's the difference?
Yeah, we can strike cafe and just leave restaurant because it's defined.
Okay.
If cafe is not defined.
Size?
I believe that. We covered under restaurants.
I prefer something smaller, but,
You're on the 50 side?
well, 50, I think would.
I don't care. If you want to go to 50, I'm fine with that.
Mark?
Yeah, whatever the consensus is.
Brian?
I'm good with 50.
Becky?
50's fine.
50? So we're restaurant and 50.
Helpful, thank you.
Okay. Petting and feeding zoo?
To clarify this question, so livestock is excluded from traditional ag, meaning 80% of that 100 acres. I think you all are getting this now, but
Yeah.
because we,
But this is the accessory use part.
correct, this would be accessory use only on the 20% piece of the farm. In addition, for these types of operations that we've been discussing, it's common for them to rent or lease animals for this purpose of a petting zoo, so it doesn't, they might not be raised on site.
But this is where we would allow paddocks and stables. Or no?
It's a good question. I mean, the animals would have to be somewhere. I don't know how do we square that, John?
You gotta have a shed to put them in.
Yeah,
You gotta have a fence to keep them in.
Okay.
I guess would it make the most sense, John, to put this in with, if we want to keep petting and feeding zoo in here, clarify that, and, accessory buildings for this purpose, yeah, to house such animals.
Well, you could just say petting and feeding zoo and accessory buildings. Or same, or
Associated
something
or
like that.
something like that.
That way you tie one to the other.
Thank you.
Everybody's under the same consensus there?
It's fine.
All right. E. Event barns, meaning a barn or barn-like building used for the occasional hosting of agriculturally related and non-agriculturally related activities, provided the following criteria are met. Building is certified by a structural engineer for safety as a public event venue. The maximum barn capacity is 300 persons. The barn is serviced by water and septic systems adequate to serve the approved capacity. On-site parking is approved that is adequate to accommodate all persons on the premises at a given time. It's designed in such a way that vehicles do not need to park or back into a public road and is located at least 50 feet from the side and rear property lines. Event hours are limited to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday, with music and alcohol services ending at 10:30 p.m. and no outdoor amplified music. There's a lot there.
Yeah. And I'll say this is just stuff I pulled together. I've looked through, searched for a similar, specifically for wedding venues and event barns in this part of the state. Just looked at their hours, what they're advertised as on their site, what their capacity is, tried to peg some numbers and hours just for discussion purposes based on what I was seeing. And knowing the issues we've encountered in discussing wedding barns.
How do we manage an event barn with outdoor seating? It's July and nobody's gonna sit in that barn and have a beer. They're gonna go outside at the table underneath a tent or awning or something. How do we take care of that?
If it's an alcohol related concern, I assume that that would be dealt with through the alcohol license and restricting specific areas where it could be served. I would think the intent would be to allow it outdoors, but within a specific area.
It depends what, as far as.
As far,
Before we go any further, do you want to allow event parks? Before we narrow it down and spend a lot of time narrowing down, this is a major policy decision. And you've lived with it for years on the Myers potentiality, and so this is not necessarily new, but it is a major policy decision. I don't want to work on hours and alcohol and where they can drink and can't drink if you're not going to allow them. You may decide we're not going to allow events, we're only going to allow the, agriculturally like events like the, pumpkin festival, and you could say you can have X festivals a year or something like that. The Rob Schuett one is probably more similar to that down in McGuanago where they, right on 83, where they have the pumpkin season, they have Christmas tree season, they have certain seasons where somebody would say that those are agricultural events on his operating farm. So I don't want to say event venue is something that we're recommending or not recommending. It's something you have to make a policy decision on. And you may say event venue is too broad. We wrote it very broad. Well, some people would say it's narrow with the hours and things like that. But that it means a barn or barn-like, occasional agriculture related and non-agriculture. They can have weddings, they can have class reunions, they can have birthday parties, corporate functions,
Irish wakes.
I guess my question is, what is occasional? How often are we gonna have that?
That would be up to you to decide if you're gonna define how many per week, how many per year. Many event venue, many communities that do allow event venues do limit the number of events. Both, but
Could be
it's
either.
usually done in the zoning. If it's important to you, the important things have to be in the zoning code. The less important case-by-case things go in the site plan and plan of operation.
I completely agree with that. It's so helpful.
I'm concerned about the number that is put here of capacity of 300 persons. If you figure 10 square feet per person, you could have a barn that's 60 by 50.
I guess the first thing that John asked though is event barns in
Is, do we
general.
want,
If you're not gonna allow an event barn, let's
Yeah.
not determine how big it's gonna be or anything else. If you are gonna, let's move on to it. But the first question is, do you want an event barn here? Do you want to allow this in these areas?
So we go back to the original vision, and that is you have 100-acre farm minimum. You want the opportunity to make money, other than your crops, and what are you going to allow? And I'm not gonna kid you, an event barn is a pretty strong stretch. Everybody's taping me, so, but that's, is that really what you envision as what they should be allowed to do to make money? You may say the pumpkin festival is fine, and the apple festival is fine, and Christmas holiday festival is fine. You may decide you're gonna allow X amount of festivals, but not for any event that they wish to have. There's a broad spectrum here. Right?
All right. And currently event barns don't have a clear home in your zoning code, so that's been part of the challenge, right? So it comes to you as an unspecified conditional use in this, that, and the other district. But at least here we have a chance to say it's either in or it's out.
Well, I'm struggling with this because in some places I've visited, they use the barn to have, like, let's say, you go in there and they have apples that are already picked, or you could pick your own, that type of a thing, and use a barn for that. Now, is that an event? They typically have that, during the entire fall season where people can come in and acquire apples there.
No, that's not what's contemplated here. We're talking about the weddings, Rachel said Irish wakes, somebody renting it to hold a function for whatever purpose legally they can hold a function for.
Yeah.
So we're not necessarily, sure, the apple, filling it with apples and having an apple day would be an event, I guess. But, the other thing is whether they're events that they sponsor or they're events that they rent people to sponsor. totally different concepts
Okay.
in most codes.
Yeah.
Do they rent it to outside sources to make the money, or do they use the event barn for their own functions?
Joe, where are you at for an event barn? You got too
It's,
comfortable.
to me, it's the biggest thing that's in this whole thing. And quite frankly, I think we should take it out. I think it causes more problems. Even if you have one a month, they're only gonna have it 6 months out of the year. We could do it that way and say, you get to do this once a month. Because nobody's gonna have one in January and no one's gonna have one in March, so you could do it.
Depends if the barn fee.
I mean, you're not gonna heat a barn. I
These
don't
are
think
new-
anybody's gonna pay to have somebody run a barn that's heated in the middle of February, but maybe they do.
This is gonna be modern construction though, too.
Oh,
It's a barn like building.
Yeah.
I don't know, to me, an event barn is a lot different than having a barn that you have at an orchard or something like that, where it doesn't carry all the other baggage with it. And I guess I'll have to say I'm in favor of eliminating event barns.
Mark?
I struggled with this a lot, and I think the key for me is, I think I'm also gonna go with eliminate the event barn, not so much because of just the gross number of people, but because those people are all related or know each other or have some common interest. It's not 300 people that came to eat apples or, and those are the kind of events that get loud and rowdy and, I don't think there's too many apple eaters that really start throwing too much of a problem that you're gonna be heard by the neighbors, but weddings, birthdays, anniversaries, I mean, you name the kind of celebration, those people are all coming there to loosen up and have fun, and that's the stuff that gets loud. So, I struggled with how much loudness should we make neighbors put up with, and I don't know, after the discussion here tonight, I think I'm more in favor of just no event barn.
Brian?
I would agree. I'd like to scrap the event barn because I think we're just asking for trouble because you start out with weddings and you have apple picking, what have you. And then I guess my opinion is if we're gonna call it agricultural preservation, an event barn, in my opinion, doesn't quite fit the bill for agricultural preservation in some instances. So that's my 2 cents.
Becky?
I just think it's a disaster waiting to happen. I'd take it out.
Jeff?
My opinion is of no consequence, so.
It's always a consequence, Jeff.
Talk them all in.
No, I had ambivalent feelings about this myself, and I have no problem with removing it.
Okay,
I-
go ahead. You want to speak? I
Yeah.
was gonna move on.
Thank you.
You want me to move on?
No, I'm gonna speak. So as far as the event barn goes, I will always tell you I'm one vote and I do not like to speak for other people, but I would be very surprised if that would have made an event barn would have made it past the town board. I would have been very, very surprised if that were in there, that the town board would approve it. So,
Now,
go ahead.
I would like to have you discuss the potentiality of whether you were to allow seasonal festivals run by the owner. And if so, is it 4 seasonal festivals? And should we come back with a description of the same if you want to allow?
I believe we should allow them. I think we should limit them to a number, whether it's 4 or 6. And I would like to see if we could define it tighter.
We will. We'll say the number of days, the hours, the days of the week, we'll come back with a description similar to what we did here. But I just need to know whether you're of a mind to allow that.
That's my feeling.
I think so.
Yeah, I would be in favor of allowing that type of activity with some limit.
Mark?
Yeah, I think it's in line with the purpose that we're creating the whole thing for.
Brian?
Yes, I'm with it. I'm for it too.
Becky?
I'm for, the festivals.
Limiting them or just allowing, limiting, or just allowing in general?
I would say, maybe, I don't really know. I
Okay.
guess.
That's okay. All right.
So
So,
I have a question. If we're doing this, the zoning and we've restricted it so much, is it actually more restrictive than the regular ag zoning? I mean, we're at a point where you've restricted it more so than possibly our regular ag zoning district allows a farmer to do.
I
So
don't,
you've taken out all the buildings, you've taken out all, the majority of everything that would make this a working, a business that would support the farm. So I don't know if that is, if a zoning district is necessary, if we're not going to have any, if it's actually going to be more restrictive than the current ag zoning that's
well, I don't know
allowable.
your ag zoning district, but I don't know of an ag zoning district that allows a winery or a cider mill, or a restaurant, or a petting zoo and feeding zoo. I don't know of any ag zoning that allows that.
But didn't we cut out cider? I thought that was one of
Oh,
the things.
just from the definition of traditional ag, but currently we have winery and cidery is still on the list, but with some limit on how the goods have to be, half of them produced on site. So Kathy raises a good question, and I have been struggling with the events, but talking with John a little bit earlier in this meeting too. Like, where do events fit in? Because could our current ag districts host events? And I feel like often the zoning code is silent on that.
Mhm.
And so my take has often been, well, maybe it's allowed, maybe it's not, or I don't know the will of the town based on what the ordinance says. But Attorney Macy too, and this is very, I think a good reading of the code is that if it's not specifically allowed, it's generally assumed to be prohibited. So I would say,
That's the way zoning codes are written. If it's not allowed, it's prohibited.
I think that's.
but I was
a-
challenging that with the
I
UPIC
think that's
event,
a
but I didn't
very
know.
good question that Kathy raises, and I think it's a good gut check that when we get through the next draft of this, to take a look at that issue. That if we have 12 things that are allowed under here, are 20 of them allowed under the current zoning right now?
I have yet to see one that's allowed under the current zoning, but we'll check it. I don't believe seasonal festivals are allowed.
No, it doesn't speak to that. I will tell you right now, I've been looking at the land use table I had to make just to kind of figure this stuff out, and there's only one district. I mean, most of them are just silent on this issue, but there's one place where it lists temporary uses, for example, trade fairs, special events. And I don't know that special events is defined, but that zoning district, that's the PI district, your public and institutional. That's one of the, several uses listed there. But otherwise, events really gets, I think that's the only listing where the word event comes up as far as permitted uses or conditional uses in the code.
I mean, a good example is Ag Days, which are huge events. They're usually done on hundreds of acres. Would somebody have to come to the town and ask for a permit to have farm days on their 600-acre farm?
In most codes, the answer would be absolutely yes. Because it's not a permitted use in the zoning district. Now, are they done without coming in and getting permission?
I wasn't gonna ask
Yes.
that question.
Yes. But, so our dairy breakfasts.
Yes,
But, if somebody complained about it, we'd have to say, you don't have permission to have the dairy breakfast. Because, we haven't sent the building inspector in to see if you have the signs.
okay,
So,
well,
for
if we can just check the next draft maybe against the current ag zoning and see if we are, I never thought about that, Kathy, but it's a darn good question.
We seem to just be
We're creating some.
making it
Yeah,
more restrictive than what we have. That would
Right.
be
they said, heck with it.
a waste of our time.
So we're gonna come back with seasonal festivals. I'm gonna recommend we move the food trucks and the concession stands in there. That's when they can have them. But it's still, the way you've drafted it, they can have a restaurant year round, they can have a winery and a cider mill year round, and they'll be able to have seasonal festivals. I'm just trying to summarize, and they can have a petting and feeding zoo year round. Just so you know where you're headed on this, and that's fine. So you'll move the food trucks, gift shops will be a separate one.
Yeah, as far as like caterers, they would fit under the special events, seasonal events.
Okay.
Okay.
Activities
Next week-
associated.
And this is exactly, currently, this is the one item where I was trying to figure out how do we handle events that are not quote unquote event barn events.
Just move all these into the seasonal one.
So this is, yeah, we could just retool this. Because the idea was to allow, for, I guess currently, can I get your take on just what's in here? Are these all acceptable or not? We tried to pare it down to very typical things like a U-pick, corn mazes, animal rides, I guess that's typical, sleigh, hay, wagon rides, and educational events and classes relating to agricultural products or skills.
I think in that paragraph, we have to somehow add, if you're gonna have animal rides in that, you're gonna have to have a stable or a barn or something. So do we have covered in here allowable as an accessory use?
Well,
We
and
could move it to the petting
the
zoo.
sense that I have from the body is that these activities would be allowed as part of the seasonal event. These aren't separate standalone
Okay.
accessory uses. And so Rachel's question was, if they're part of the seasonal event, should any of those be stricken or anything added? And these seasonal events, you're gonna decide if they're a month long, they're 2 weeks long, they're a week long, you're gonna be making that decision. So then everybody will know what is you're contemplating.
I was going to just suggest, not to complicate this, but animal rides, I could just move that up to where we have feeding and petting zoo and
Yes.
associated accessory buildings, including riding the
I
animals,
think that's
just
a
because
good
it's all
idea.
like things.
Okay, anything added or removed? Everybody good with what's there?
Yes.
Okay. That brings us to. Be done with prohibited then?
Well, I would be, I think, moved into the gift shop then. We'd say the gift shop, and this is what's in there, because you gotta define whether it has to be grown on site, it has to be agriculturally related, or it can just be anything. So I'm gonna suggest Ivy move gift shops, and then that's gonna be sort of like the definition of what can be sold in a gift shop. Make sense?
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think there might be a typo there. There's a couple of words, animal fees. I assume that meant animal feeds for sale.
Agriculturally
Feed.
related.
I'm sure that's what it means.
Yeah.
Must be animal feeds,
Yeah,
FEEDS. Thank you.
FEED,
different animal feed, I'm sure it's,
animal
Bird
feed.
food.
Yeah.
the D and the S are right next to each other in the keyboard.
And the last one is signs, and she's just referenced our sign code.
Okay.
The last set, and we're not gonna do it tonight unless the chairman says we are, we want you to give great thought to where this, 30% can be. Does it have to be in the middle of the farm? Does it be up against the highway? Does it have to be so far away from the lot lines? If you were to envision in your, what you think, if anything should be allowed, and that's a policy decision, you gotta decide. And Rachel's put in some numbers to have you think about.
I guess one question I would have on this, and this is just because the development across the street, the parking is included with the grapevines.
That's
I think
not gonna
that's
be
what
a-
it is.
Yeah, it's contemplated that that's not allowed in this. The parking would be in the 30%. Or the, sorry, 20%, I apologize. The 20%. That's not traditional agricultural. We're not parking amongst the orchard. We're not parking among the grapevines. The parking and the seasonal events all have to occur on the, there's going to be an argument, and I hated to bring it up, but you may say that the strawberry, the picking and the pumpkin picking have to be in that 30%. Because that's part of the seasonal activities. And the corn mazes have to be in the 30%. I'm going to be asking you that question. 20%. Take me a bit. The way we're gonna write it is probably that way. You're gonna farm 80%. Then you're gonna have corn mazes and strawberries and apples on your 20%.
We're gonna run into a
Does it
problem,
make-
grow the corn on the 80%, and then you're not gonna move the corn maze over to the 20% when you start cutting through the corn. So.
Or,
You gotta
or the
do
strawberries where you pick it.
You plant an
So they can't
acre or
walk on
two of additional corn for your corn maze in the 20%.
More than an acre.
I don't know how big a corn maze is, Joe.
They're a lot bigger than an acre.
And so, but we have to write it some way, and then you have to make the policy decision.
Well, that's
Okay.
one maybe we're gonna sit here and think about, because it's 10 o'clock and we have a fairly decent item next here, so. It's the next homework assignment.
Okay.
I have a suggestion on where to put it. It has to be within 1,000 feet of the highway, county highway. At least that's a place to start.
Has to be.
One of the problems we're gonna have if for whatever reason this goes through and such a facility is built up there off of Q across from the existing one in Ridgefield, we're gonna have an issue with people going from the north side to the south side to the north side and walking. We're gonna have problems. I don't
They
know
had
how-
already said they are not using one side when they're using the other side.
Okay.
They're
we're-
closing down one side when they're using the other side.
Okay, we're gonna have to somehow address that even, yeah. Cause I just envision a zoo. People.
So one other suggestion I had was that noise and light from the accessory use be 0 at the property line. So obviously farming is gonna make noise. It always has, and it does today and it will tomorrow. But the accessory use that we're approving, those impacts such as noise and light should stop on their property, just like we make it stop on all other businesses.
Does that include the road frontage?
I'm sorry, I'm not. I
You
don't
mean next to
understand.
residential? You're assuming?
Pardon me?
Yeah, the noise, Kathy said that, what about the road frontage?
Can the noise and light spill onto the county trunk highway?
You're gonna have an entrance at the light anyway if we're gonna. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not,
in the
I'm
front.
not quite as worried about that, but there is a residence across County Line Road, but, typically, I'm not concerned so much about the county highway,
Next to a residential zoning district.
but, the other 3 sides of this should not have to bear noise or light from the accessory use.
I wouldn't limit it to residential zoning because if there's vacant land there, it may end up being a subdivision in the future.
It's okay if it's on all four sides.
That's
We don't
temporary.
let any other business have their light and sound spill over into anybody's property that's right next door to them. So why we would do that for this business, I don't know. I don't think we should. So that, you're looking for suggestions and drafts, and I'm just putting out some of the ideas that I had.
Okay,
Thank you, Mark.
all right. Teresa, this is up here. Okay.
We don't have to.
I don't
do this tonight,
appreciate
But I
that,
would
Teresa.
appreciate knowing which particular tax key or keys we're talking about for this project and also what effect, I think there's potentially a chance that the site plan of operation, I know most of our ordinances say that if part of it's found invalid, the rest of it continues. But I mean, if the site plan of operation part of this ordinance is invalidated by some court at some point in time, I think we got to be careful that the underlying zoning has the requirements and restrictions that we want. I think there's an argument could be made that we're circumventing different laws by doing it this way. I'm just agreeing with Mr. Macy's comment earlier. Put it in the zoning ordinance and don't rely quite as much on that site plan of operation. Because the other thing is there's another, this is a 120 acre parcel, as I understand it, not all of which is tillable. But there's another 46 just immediately to the west of it that could get added on. I guess if we create this zoning district, or at least that was a question I had, is could they add this on? It would, if it was added on to an existing one, it wouldn't meet the requirements. It would have the 100 acres. It would have all of the, and then all of a sudden, our 20 acres or 25 acres or whatever we're approving is half again as much. So I'm just bringing that up as I'd like to know specifically which tax keys we're talking about. And just suggest that, it's possible this could get bigger than we think relatively quickly.
Mark?
Yeah.
On the Plan Commission, we don't have an application for this. We're doing the zoning district, but it's not, we don't have an application for a specific business
We're
or.
rezoning something. And what are we rezoning? That's my question.
We're not
creating a
rezoning,
district.
we're creating
A zoning district. We're not at the
All right,
rezone
I
yet.
get it.
But to your point, why don't you tell us then, just write it to say that there, regardless, it has to be a minimum of 100 acres, but the maximum is for use of the accessory uses is 20 acres. You can do that. I mean, that's a great point. You're concerned they have a 200 acres and that would give them 40 acres and your really intent was to have 20 acres for the accessory uses, then tell us to write it that way.
Well, I
great.
guess-
That's a great point. If your thinking is that the maximum they should have for the accessory uses is 20 acres, we can write it that way.
Yeah, no, I'm not quite, if the noise and the light isn't leaving the property and it's within 1,000 feet of the county line road, whether they, if they bought another 46 acres and got, or, 4.5 more acres or 8.5, whatever the right numbers are, it would be fine. I think we should understand though that, and I don't know how, specifically if you'd even be able to add that on, but there's another farm field immediately west of this one that I think we're talking about, that is going to put them closer to some other neighbors. And I just want to kind of bring that up and find out really which tax keys, if we know we're talking.
I think we could provide a map too, of just tracks in the town that have this acreage where this could potentially apply, just as hypothetical, so you could see where those are. Would that be helpful? Just to have that in mind.
Okay. All right. We're then gonna move on. Item F.
Oh, we're gonna go home.
discussion only regarding preliminary draft documents for proposed update to Lisbon's comprehensive development plan with no action being taken. Take a 5-minute break here. Or are you ready to go?
If you transfer to me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Does anybody need a break quick?
Yeah, let's take 10 minutes to just stand up.
All right, take about 5 minutes here.
Told me my password was incorrect.
Okay, we're back on.
All right, item F, discussion only regarding preliminary draft documents for proposed update to Lisbon's comprehensive development plan. With no action being taken.
All right, thank you, guys. Bear with me. Again, like last time, I'll be as quick as possible, but feel free to ask as many questions as you want. We did a sort of a brief overview last month about some of the edits that we're doing for the comprehensive plan, including the map. I understand what you have in front of you now in the packet was the version from last time. There's been some changes since last time, including the map. We met with Waukesha County, Kathy and I, and my colleague Warren, a couple weeks ago, and we didn't have their final comments back until the beginning of this week. So we have made changes. I do have an updated map to show you on the overhead. There's been some changes to the document. But again, I don't think you have that in front of you. So Kathy does have that document, correct? Okay, so we will get that to you. Just again, some basic review, some overview here. The current town plan was developed in conjunction with Waukesha County back in 2009. It has been edited over the years, including the last time, which was done last year with the help of your consultant. The town's plan shares the same framework, policies and data as the county's plan, right? It doesn't deviate a heck of a lot. It's intertwined. It's tough to kind of tear it apart. And so the whole focus of this update is really targeted to a few certain areas, because in order to rewrite the whole thing, it would be a massive undertaking. And so we understand that in the future, next year or the year after, presumably if and when you become a village, which is the goal, is to do an updated, more robust plan at that particular time. The town can amend their comp plan at any time without the county's approval, right? However, the county's plan does apply when development gets reviewed. So if you're rezoning something or there's a subdivision proposed, the county's got some say, because the county rezones properties, has the final say on rezonings. Can't see me? Okay. So there's got to be some coordination with the county when it comes to land use planning at the town level. So we've done that. We've met with them. We've made some compromises and some discussion. And so I'll present the map in a minute. But I think it was a good discussion. I think staff, at least staff, is on board with the current changes. And the goal would be when the town adopts the updated plan and the map, that the county would make the mirror changes to their plan come January, February, March is their cycle for doing that. So that would be the goal. All right. So there were some comments earlier tonight from some in the audience about rural development. One of the first things we were tasked with when we looked at this was to say, we're pushing toward incorporation, pushing toward being a village. We know there's rural development in the town, but that should not be the focus of who we are anymore, is rural character. And so we sort of had an eye to that as we were doing the updates. And some of it was even done last year when the edits were made. A lot of that language was removed from the plan at the time. We just picked it up where that left off and made some changes. There's still language in the plan that obviously talks about rural atmosphere, rural character, but not to the same degree as it once was. And the town, even as today, isn't the same as it was when the plan was written in 2009. And as you can see by the maps that we drew, I think we envision that a lot of those areas will infill over time, certainly over the next 20 years. We do have land that's planned to remain as rural and ag, but it isn't the focus. And again, the way the county plan is written that's a major focus for the county's plan because it applies really countywide. So we have to sort of couch that as a town that's facing pretty big development pressures, from surrounding communities and moving in a different direction. But we're not trying to take that away. We're not trying to take away the areas with rural character. That's certainly going to remain. And the preservation of open space and environmental features is not something that's going to be changed. Another thing we did was with regard to the mixed use section. In the current version of the plan, there's only one area that's planned for mixed use. That's in the southeast corner of the town, or near the southeast corner of the town. The current plan changes that to actually be extractive use because it's owned by the quarry. So the only remaining area is the new area that we have planned, which is the mixed use town center, village center area. But we've taken the liberty to amend the definition of the mixed use section because that is the only area it applies to. And so before it was really an anything goes kind of a category where even industrial or business parks was allowed. And so we've amended the language to tighten that up to really focus on retail, office, service-oriented uses, residential uses, including higher density residential, senior housing, but not uses such as warehousing, industrial, contractors' yards, those types of things. So it's mixed use in a sense, but it's limited in that it's not an anything goes category. We have also incorporated Sewer PAC's regional housing plan policies. Since the 2009 plan was adopted by Waukesha County and the town of Lisbon, in 2014, the county amended their plan to adopt these series of recommendations from Sewer PAC's regional housing plan. It's long. You'll find them in the plan at the end of the housing element and then also in the implementation section. It's like 7 or 8 pages long of policies. We've highlighted some of those policies that we think you should pay specific attention to because they could have some bearing on local policies in the future going forward. The way we phrased it is basically that it's a guideline for the county as a whole, meaning it doesn't necessarily apply to Lisbon, but it would be recommended as part of this plan that we agree these policies are good for the county as a whole. But again, pay attention to those specific policies that we've highlighted. Again, we're still in the county's framework, and so that's why we're kind of still in lockstep with the county in terms of that. Exhibit C, that was part of the plan. That was part of the update that was done last year. We highlighted something in the development trends section, also based on something Sewer PAC has in their Vision 2050 plan. At one point in time, most of the town of Lisbon, according to Sewer PAC, was not in their urbanized area boundary. Now, almost all of the town is, except for the northwest quadrant or the northwest section or so of the town is in what they consider to be an urbanized area. And so that's good for your push forward for incorporation. And we thought it was important to add that as part of the plan as well. Exhibit G is something we added. Again, we have some limited projections for population and housing. Just some highlights from 2010 to 2019. Households grew in the town by 30%, which is pretty immense for a 20-year period. It's projected to increase, or households are projected to increase by another about 700 units by 2040. That's another 17% of housing units by 2040. So that's also fairly substantial. The census data is not out, so we can't look at that in detail, but that will be something for your next go around. Comment was also brought to our attention from Kathy, from a resident, about, does the plan address carbon emissions? Does it address global warming, sustainability, and those things? And it doesn't really. Again, it's based on a 2009 plan from the county. Certainly some of those things are present, but a lot of modern plans are addressing sustainability and things like that. Similar with policies that touch upon the livable built environment, making sure that all different land uses work together. Green spaces for living, working, recreating, high quality life, harmony with nature, resilient economy, ensuring fairness and equity in providing housing, services, health, safety, and livelihood. Certainly some of that's built in, but it does not focus on that as part of sustainability. So that's something you guys will have to think about going forward we do the new plan, how much we focus on sustainability and those particular things. I'm guessing, you know, some of those will be important to residents and some of that will definitely make it into the plan. So that's all I'm going to say about the plan document at this point. Kathy, what would you recommend? I know we're pushing toward a public hearing. I think we talked about a December public hearing.
Yes, we were talking about a public hearing in December, but in November, we were talking about getting something out to the residents that maybe their property may be affected by the change, letting them know that we would be open and we'd be holding a meeting that they can come and talk to us.
Just come and ask questions, yeah.
And ask questions about, you know, how that, like an open house, yes.
Right. We'd be here, we'd be available. There might be a brief presentation at the beginning, but it's mostly to look at maps, answer questions, that kind of a thing. But at some point, the Plan Commission has to make a recommendation on a draft to go, you know, to go to public hearing. And so I'm not sure.
How's that going to, if we have this open house and the public hearing in December, then as a result of that, there's going to be further edits, right? Before there's that.
Right,
one
so
that the Plan
we thought that
Commission-
in November, we would do the open house. So then we could get those edits in. If, you know, listen to our residents and see if they have any edits that they want done on their property.
Right, we'd make the edits, but I guess the thing is that the Plan Commission has to make a recommendation of a draft of the document to the board for adoption. Attorney Mesa, do you know, I guess I'm a little unclear. Does that recommended draft have to happen before the public hearing, or can the public hearing happen on a draft document that isn't the recommended draft? Let's say there's changes that come out of the public
We
hearing.
take the position the resolution has to be adopted.
The month prior.
Yes, but who's holding the public hearing? The town board?
Or the Plan Commission and board, joint
Well,
meeting.
why would the Plan Commission should not go to the public hearing if they've already adopted the resolution? Because they've already made their decision.
So you're saying the public hearing should come first?
Well, except for you have a problem because the public hearing is supposed to be by the village board, by the town board. And so
I don't know
if
if
you
that's,
held it joint, you can have additional, but
You did it joint
it's
last time.
very difficult to read the section to make sense. That's the first thing you have to know. And if you're really gonna worry about crossing your Ts and dot your Is, you would have another public hearing for the village board after the resolution is adopted.
right, I've never seen it done that way personally.
I've never, okay.
So is that, I'm asking, is that your recommendation for the process?
Does the Plan Commission want to have a public hearing? If the Plan Commission doesn't want a public hearing, then the town board would hold a public hearing after they get the resolution.
On a recommended draft? Okay,
And they can't change the draft. They have to be identical and they have to, and if the town board wants to change it, they have to send it back to the Plan Commission. This is not a recommendation that you get to tweak.
Well, I was just
I
wondering.
can
with
show
the
you
time-
that in the state statute. What?
You were saying that the time frame for the county is January, February, March.
right.
So how the heck do we get this all accomplished before January?
Right, that is the goal, to be able to get
I
them
guess we
something.
stop putting it at the end of our meetings.
Well, yeah, I mean, are we gonna have to have another meeting in December?
Probably.
A special one for this? I'm just asking, I'm trying to figure.
Well, the first question is how much more does you have to have a public participation plan?
There's already one on record.
Okay, and we're following that. What does the public participation plan say the Plan Commission has to do?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
I mean, because then the Planning Commission has to decide if that's all they want to do, then that's fine. But if they want to hold a public hearing and then have a resolution and then pass it to the town board, that's a different question.
Right. So the reason I brought it up in the first place is because I know there's going to be a crunch here for time. And well, let's just put a pin in that very quickly. I have a map up on the overhead. I won't spend too much time on this, but I just wanted to take a quick look at it because it's different than the one that's in your packet. You'll get an updated copy of this, but since meeting with the county, if you recall what the map looks like, there's a bunch of areas that are highlighted in pink and there's areas that are highlighted in blue, right? And so the pink areas are areas where they're already developed, right? It's basically developed land and we're just giving it a more appropriate category so that it's, because the old plan had all those areas shown as rural ag, even though they're developed. And so when DOA looked at the incorporation petition last time around, they looked at all these areas that were developed, planned for ag, and there was red flags everywhere. And so we went through, and so all the pink areas are areas that are already developed land that didn't have the proper land use category. So there shouldn't be any real contention with, some of those things. As you pan around, you can see some of these, the northeast corner. So it's really just the blue areas that are substantive changes. And the blue areas are probably less than the pink areas. The biggest change for the blue areas is the southwest corner of the town. That's pretty much the most vacant land that you have that we see an opportunity for further residential development. It's sort of surrounding the Arrowhead Highlands subdivision and Lindale Farms subdivision here. And you can see this is kind of all infilled, and we have it scheduled here for suburban density, 1.5 to 3 acres per dwelling unit, which is consistent with the Arrowhead Highlands subdivision. It might be a little less dense than a couple of these other subdivisions, but generally speaking, and in discussions with the county, it's that suburban density 1 category. It's our understanding that that's sort of the most prevalent development pattern now, as it happens in Waukesha County, as it happens in the town, based on sanitary systems, preservation of open space, conservation developments, et cetera, et cetera. So that's primarily the category that we see around there. As you go further to the north, near the Twin Pine Farm development, that's also a density, a suburban density residential category. Just to the south of that, we have planned for that same suburban density category. To the east, the same thing as well. So we're just kind of filling in those areas. We are leaving pretty much most of section 6, a little bit of section 5 as rural ag land. Again, this was that area that was originally planned for an ag enterprise area, originally part of the farmland preservation plan back when. Productive farmlands, large contiguous areas of farmlands, we think that probably should be kept as such. You'll also see a few areas in the plan, and this was important to Waukesha County, where there are developed lands and developed subdivisions. There's a few of these clusters that are scattered around, but they're still really at densities of around the 5 acres per dwelling unit density. And so we left them like that. It's, if you look south of the river here, there's a bunch of parcels that are all different sizes mixed up. We could have given this a category like suburban density residential. We left it alone. The development pattern is such that it's going to be very difficult to develop some of these in any other way possible. If there was some consolidated effort with surrounding landowners, they might come in the future and ask for a change in category, but we left most of those alone as it is. All right, I'm going to quickly pan over to the northeast corner of the town. This is a difference from the last plan as well. We understand this is the area that is potentially going to be used for the ag preservation zoning district, or at least maybe the pilot program of that, if that's made into a zoning district. We also left the north half of section 1 as ag as well, partially for that reason, but also because there are larger contiguous ag parcels. Going south of there, we simply filled in some of those rural lands for suburban density 2, which is a 3 acre to 4.9 acres per dwelling unit, which again is consistent with the pink areas, Wooded Ridge subdivision, and then I think it's pronounced Marchese Estates. those developments. And so we just kind of see that as filling in as part of that, that same type of a pattern. If you look south across the road, you can see we left that rural as well. Again, because of the development pattern, the way it's broken up, those lots are not likely to be subdivided according to something else unless it was consolidated. So we already spoke last time about on 164, the potential village center. All those lands that's marked with a 9 there, that's all planned to be mixed use. The stuff that's a 2 is going to be residential. That's, you know, similar to the low density residential surrounding. I think I mentioned this last time as well. There's a lot of areas in the town that are planned with this striped white and green stripe category. That's the other open land to be preserved. That's based on soil conditions, potential hydric soils that aren't necessarily wetlands. They're very tentative. If you can prove those are developable, basically, you can develop those. We added a note to the plan that basically says you can use them as the adjacent land use category if you can prove that they're actually developable land. So I think the area for the village center will be bigger than it's shown here, based on some of those being transferred over. Plainview Road is to the north here. One last comment I wanted to make here. Looking at the plan as a whole, or the town as a whole, there's a ton of land that is not developable anymore. There's 50% of the town's land is in right-of-way, environmentally sensitive areas, extractive land use, and recreational. Half the town is gone, just that alone. 32% of the town is already largely developed. Like it's gone. So all that's left is 18% of the town. That's all you got. So although we do have some land that's planned for rural density residential, we think it would be a shame to use it all up in that fashion, especially because you are growing, because we're projected to grow 700 housing units in the next, by the next less than 20 years. And that's why we do have a lot of these infill areas intact. And those are some of the same arguments that will be used as part of the incorporation effort, is that we're 80% built out, and there's really only 20% left here. And those areas should be a little higher density than just rural land development. So that's where we're at right now. That's all I have. Any questions before we kind of hash out the time schedule?
Questions from anyone?
So back to the schedule. If we have a public information meeting next month and we hash that out, make some changes to the plan based on that, we still have to bring it to the plan commission for them to recommend a draft. So I don't know if the plan commission, let's just say hypothetically, if the plan commission meeting that happens at is the December plan commission meeting, they recommend a draft. The public hearing could be held. Is there a potential to hold it? I mean, later in December doesn't make a lot of sense because then you get into the holidays. So when is the soonest we could hold a public hearing following that?
Then the January plan commission meeting would be Thursday, January 6th. We would hold, like, my understanding from the discussion. It would be the recommendation in December on the 2nd. But don't we have to mail out those notices minimum 30 days before? So there's got to be 30 days notice of that public hearing. So if plan commission makes the recommendation December 2nd, we've got to have time to get that notice in the paper. And we only publish, our paper is only published once per week.
So you need like 5 weeks. Yeah.
So it's recommended here.
Or I hate to bring it up because I know you guys are, you have a lot to deal with, but is there a way to do a special meeting? Schedule. Sure. Kathy. And we'll also check the public participation plan and make sure that we are in step with that. Kathy, do you know when the county, I thought January 1 was the deadline. You had to have it there by the 1st of January. Maybe they've changed that.
So they are, since they have been discussing this with us, I have in the past, we've moved them February, March.
We have, yeah, we have. Okay.
As long as they know it's happening, that we've been working with them, that will be fine, we can get it done in January.
There's no sewer package involved with this board, right?
That would complicate things, yeah. So I guess I ask you, Kathy will get you updated versions of the document and the plan. In particular, I'm looking for feedback on those housing policies at the end of the housing section, and determine if we want to strike any, if you want to change the language in any way. Again, we're just currently mirroring what the county has in their plan, but no, we'll be at a public information meeting, but not to the. We, I know you guys are loaded up on that meeting, right? Oh, you did, okay.
We have to do it before the end. It will be the next day, it's gonna be held there.
Every meeting.
Okay.
I have this on our agenda every meeting.
Okay, well, we'll plan to be here.
And should be able to get to like a timeline, get to, will not have had the, CIMs with the, we'll have notified them.
And we can hash out any of the housing details and anything else you see on in the document, the map that you have concerns about or questions about, to try to bring it together before we go to the public and say, here's what we got so far.
Might not be something.
Yeah, just for, when we did this in the village of Waukesha, we basically said we accept all these policies, or, we struck, I don't know, 5 or 6 of them, and county didn't seem to have an issue with it, so it shouldn't be, if you feel strongly about certain ones, just let us know. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Item 6. Number 6, planner report. Very brief planner report.
Can't hear her.
Sorry, and one reason it helps me to stay is so I know kind of the direction you're going with the plan. We just had a meeting today with somebody who's got land near this future town center, and I was struggling with how to advise them a little bit. Potential land division, that was just the only planner appointment today. So a little bit slow today. We had, I guess for November, what I've got on the tentative agenda is Celtic Ridge coming back with those cell tower amendments. Depending on if they submitted today, I'll have to regroup with Elisa tomorrow. Quick Trip, continuation of that public hearing, which was adjourned. And they'll have 3 items on the agenda. The Steinmetz has submitted a certified survey map for a few lots and rezoning on Hillside Road. That will be a public hearing. We also have potentially, I'm not sure at the moment, maybe the ag preservation coming back. Comp plan, we already have a preliminary plat in the hopper as well for December for Mike Carrick for Bark River up on County Highway Q. So that's under review. Also a certified survey map for the adjacent land to break off a piece and give that to the neighbor. That's in and under review currently. And he has indicated he's going to probably submit the preliminary plat for Pheasant View Meadows on Lindale Road. So that might also be coming in for December. Those are the things that I'm aware of at the moment. Anything else?
Did you?
No, you covered everything. Okay.
Did you mention Newman? Their thing on Mary Hill Road?
I did not. I'm not aware that they would be coming in with anything that soon.
I haven't heard
Hopefully.
from them.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
You didn't have your.
I didn't have mine on.
Okay. Anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second, Everly.
No discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, if you dare.
I have
Out at
10:50. Oh, 10:51.
20 minutes late, Mark. We were trying for that, we were trying